This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the moment we have all been waiting for. The PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022 Grand Finals are finally here, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by my man Necro alongside with me. And Necro, Grand Finals all set to begin. The 16 teams have made it to this stage, and for the first time ever in the history of the PMPL, we are not going to be starting from zero.
Exactly, and as expected, the bonus points are way too close. Just to give you guys a little bit of gist, currently, Godlike Stalwart and DRS Gaming are tied up on the first and the second spot. So, I mean, who is currently holding the first spot, we never know because they're just tied up. So overall, we're going to be starting things off with a really close and a tough competition. But we were talking a lot about IHC, and even they themselves have got themselves in top 3 in the bonus rankings, and that is huge.
Exactly. I mean, IHC, they had quite an interesting run during the league stages. Week number 2 was where IHC actually did underperform, in fact, and week 3 as well. But the first week was absolutely incredible from their side. It helped them finish in the top 4. And out of the top 4, we saw 3 Mongolian Goliaths represent their region and just dominate the entire competition. So it is going to be quite exciting to see what is going to go down in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, because now the actual fight begins. And as Necro mentioned, the competition, even before it began is actually quite tight, as the bonus point rankings are going to be the points with which the teams are going to start their journey. So we have DRS and Godlike Stalwart starting off with a tie. Then there's another tie on the 4th and the 5th position, and that is just going to make the fight for these $150,000 that is on the line a lot more intense. By the way, for the league stages, all the 20 teams that were playing, each have received the $5,000 for their league stage performance. So that is done. Now the division starts for that 1 to 16, the first to the 16th position. That is going to be there, the massive chunk of these $150,000.
Again, I mean, the league stage champions were the players of Godlike Stalwart. They barely managed to squeeze themselves right on top of the players of DRS on the final few games. So again, that's a clutch moment right there. And we knew if Godlike Stalwart, they're somewhere in the top 3, they have to be the winners. And that's what exactly happened. They took the trophy of the league stage home. But with that being said, just to let you guys know, the point structure now is going to be normal as ever before. Nothing's going to be over here out the box. Pretty much the similar structure that we've been seeing throughout this entire PMPL. But again, Johnny, a team that is really going to be quite exciting for me to watch inside this grand finals is not going to be some top 5 teams. I'm actually going to look out at VENOM Legends, JyanMaara, and 1952, who barely managed to squeeze their way in.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, we all remember the kind of situation JyanMaara were in, barely getting eliminated from the league stages. But hey, they're finally here. And from here, in order to make it to the SA Championship, all you have to do is finish in the top 10. So the possibility is going to be there for JyanMaara to actually get through to the South Asia Championship and join the 6 teams that will qualify from the PMPL Pakistan. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals starting. So we will have a look at the rosters, at the teams once again. Godlike Stalwart, DRS Gaming, DE Warriors, as Necro has been mentioning, a new team coming in from Mongolia. Just outright impressive. Very impressive, I have to say, with the kind of aggression they brought to the table. Was something we did not expect or anticipate, but hey, I mean, we love surprises, right?
I mean, we all do, man. We always love an underdog story, and at this point, you cannot even call them the underdogs because the way they performed inside the league stage, of course, it has been phenomenal. But still, you can never take away the banner of rookies because these players have been seen for the first time inside the PMPL. So we all can, of course, keep on calling them the rookies inside the lobby. But with that being said, speaking of the experts over here, all of them in front of us. Skylightz Gaming, been competing for a really long time now. DEADEYES guys as well, an old roster, high voltage, a well-known team. That was, of course, in the past time, Carnage Esports. Again, that's complete big nostalgia actually when it comes to the high voltage scenario, because Carnage used to dominate these fields, and the sort of consistency that team used to bring in, it was incredible. But again, as we now do have the squad roster of the grand finals, again, this is going to be Elementrix, Gremlin Storm, WIZZES Club, and T2K. Gremlin Storm and WIZZES Club, these two teams are really going to be something that can be a definite threat for the teams that are going to be on the top.
I think I agree with that, especially for Gremlin Storm, because after the first 2 weeks were done, we saw Gremlin Storm, I believe, sitting in the bottom 3 of the overall rankings. But in that last week, the run, in fact, not even the last week, the last 3 days, the previous weekend is where Gremlin Storm sort of revealed all the cards that they held, and everything was let go of. We saw them finish the third week with 199 points to their name, which was very impressive. It was quite close to the average that the top teams were maintaining. So I'm going to be quite hopeful of Gremlin Storm. My eyes are going to be on them, and I'm going to watch what they are capable of, because when the grand finals come around, we see even the best of the best present something new. You're gonna think that all right, their run during the league stages is what we should expect. No. That's not how things are gonna go over here.
Dude, but this PMPL is just so unique, man. Like, there's so many teams that we know have the potential, but they're still on the bottom page. For example, MABETEX Esports. Even they themselves, they are a group of individual players that are way much more experienced as compared to all the other players inside the lobby, but they were still not able to perform. I want to see, do they have any sort of master cards underneath their sleeves that they're waiting to pop out inside the grand finals, or is it just going to be the similar storyline? There's so many questions. This grand finals is definitely going to be interesting, but the bonus rankings that me and Johnny were talking about as these teams have accumulated over the weeks are in front of you guys. Of course, on the first spot is Godlike Stalwart with 73 and DRS on the second with 73. These two teams are pretty much tied up, but I'd see on the third. This was definitely a big surprise for me.
Yeah, it was a surprise, because IHC, I mean, usually when you talk about this team, you're going to expect those spotlight plays wherein we are going to see those iconic 1v3s, the long-distance spray transfers, the spray traces on moving vehicle knocking down 2 to 3 players. But this time, that wasn't the case. This time, IHC were able to just maintain a good average every single week, and because of that, we saw them be very, very consistent and finish in the top 3 in terms of the bonus ranking. And because of that, there is an actual possibility that they might be a big threat to the main rivals, the players of Godlike Stalwart. But in terms of unpleasant, unwelcome surprises, Necro, I think the most... I don't know how to say it. It's just that Seal Esports underperformed, and I did not think that was going to be the case. They were sitting on the last position. They were sitting on the 20th position in terms of that bonus point ranking, and that is something that no one expected, because Seal Esports is a big name. They're a big organization.
I mean, they have been dominating the PMPL league stages, that's for sure. And you can literally make a YouTube video on this team now, the downfall of Seal Esports and how it happened. Because it's clearly in front of you guys, a team that used to dominate, that used to be on the first spot. They have been doing that since the past 2 PMPLs, are now all the way in the bottom in the league stage. The only reason why the entire roster is not playing inside Seal anymore, because they got shifted over to some other teams. Yeah, MABETEX and Demo got taken over by the players of IHC, by IHC organization. So again, interesting changes did happen inside this PMPL. But Seal, man, I'm pretty sure they're going to try and rethink what sort of a decision they just made here. But right now, what we need to talk about is DRS Gaming, one of the teams that has been dominating really massively inside the league stages, right next to the players of Godlike Stalwart, and this is a massive statement.
Yeah, I mean, what an amazing run they have had. The first week, they were able to secure 223 points to their name. Second week was a little bit of a dip, but still they managed to outperform Godlike Stalwart. Might have been just by 5 points, but hey, 5 points can mean the difference between lifting the trophy and finishing second in a tournament. The third week rolls around, and once again, DRS go ahead and outperform Godlike Stalwart in terms of the overall points that they got in the entire week. DRS is definitely going to be one of the top contenders for the trophy this time. And again, it did take them a while to get here, because first week, in fact, the first few days of this tournament, we hardly saw them do anything. They were just struggling so much in the initial 2 days, and then the third day rolls around, the weekend is there. That is when we saw Gyante actually start things off. Gyante, I think this time has been quite a key player for this team. And Killer Whitey has always been very, very impressive. He is the most consistent player. If you look at this this new DRS, I think Killer Whitey has been quite consistent for this lineup, and he is definitely someone they can make a lot of plays around.
I mean, the funny part is they still haven't used some of the big cards in their roster yet. We haven't seen Reaper being played, which is, of course, their 5th man. And Reaper, I don't need to speak about this man a lot of things. I mean, only one thing I can say, and I remember what Reaper did in the past, is me and Ocean were casting this tournament. I don't exactly remember the name. It was, of course, PUBG Mobile, but Reaper pulled off a 1v4 in the final 2 teams alike. That means he was all by himself against 4 players in the front, and he was inside the water, Johnny. He was in the water. All the players, they dipped in the water to try and find this man. Reaper pulls out, takes out the 2 players who were standing right next to it, and then just does a 1v4. I mean, that made me lose my mind.
Well, I think I do know which tournament you're talking about. I mean, I do remember the moment, but it is going to be quite incredible to see if we do see situations like that happen again. Because this time, I mean, especially in that last week of the league stage, we saw a lot of clutches. I mean, a lot of 1v4s, a lot of 1v3s happen. But Skylightz Gaming on our screens right now. And as far as this team is considered, I mean, Mafia Ninja has always been incredible. AJ has always been incredible. But this time, I think we saw Mr. Boro in his true form. He was very consistent throughout the league stages, even when we saw majority of the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming getting wiped out. Mr. Boro did make sure that extra points were going to come their way. Apart from...
Unless, I'm sorry to cut you off, unless you remember, if you remember this moment right here against the players.
This is what I was coming towards.
It was a 1v1 situation, and he had all the advantage, but he still lost.
I mean, that is what I was coming towards, that like the only person it looks like who can stop him is going to be Doc from the side of the Warriors. But then again, we have talked about the Warriors as well, and we have always compared them to Astra Academy, who are now known as Godlike Stalwart. So I don't think we can be too harsh on it.
Yeah, we cannot. It's, I mean, really understandable too. It's okay. Some of those unfortunate moments do happen, of course. You do have those jitters getting to you. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line. You're, of course, playing for one of the big tournaments over here. This is a massive stage, and nervousness, it's understandable. We can let it pass by. But again, as you do take a look at the PMGC points, ladies and gentlemen, and these are the top 10 teams currently who are giving it a fight to get themselves a slot inside the PMGC.
Well, let's see. I mean, this is going to be quite interesting to see how these teams are going to move forward from here on out. And PMGC, it is going to be a massive, massive stage. We all know it's not easy to perform. Godlike Stalwart, they have sort of a target on their back already. Not a target on their back, but a target that they are trying to achieve, call themselves the global champions now. And they have been trying their level best. But Noah definitely always going to step into the arena as one of the top contenders. IHC as well, I think.
The back-to-back.
Yeah, Godless has been for ages just trying to see if he can showcase what he has on the global stage. And apart from that, all of these teams, I mean, there is a possibility for them to actually move forward to the biggest stage. I mean, GC is the end goal for every single team performing at any level of competitive PUBG Mobile scene. That is the dream. It is what you're trying to achieve. Lift that prestigious trophy at the end of the year. And you only get one chance to do that. I mean, you get multiple chances, but once it's a once-a-year opportunity. If you retire next year, then maybe that's the opportunity is gone. But I think this time around, the GC is going to be a little bit more intense than before. We might see some new names. We might see some new action. Yeah, it is going to be lovely.
Well, do you think Sanoa will win again, though? Back-to-back 3 hat-trick? I'm down to see it. Why not?
I want to say yes, but I also want to say no. Because, I mean, legacies are supposed to, dynasties are supposed to be broken, right?
Not necessary.
Why?
I mean...
all right,
look.
Before we move on with our conversation, let's have a look at, ladies and gentlemen, the trailer for a new episode of F in the Chat.
So, सम्झाउन गाह्रो हुन्छ स्पेशली ठ्याक्क एक्सिडेन्ट भएको त्यो एक्सिडेन्ट मैले I lost my finger. फलोवर्सहरु सपोर्टर्सहरु भयो त्यसरी पाए डाउन द रोड म हेर न एउटा केही न केही त निकाल्छु जियोस् म अहिले जहाँ छु एकदमै ह्यापी छु मलाई चाहिँ एउटा अपर्च्युनिटी के पायो भन्दाखेरि मलाई जसरी फाइदा हुन्छ मलाई जसरी लाइफले आई मिन यो हुन्छ नि स्पोर्ट्सबाट मैले के गर्न सक्छु भन्ने कस्तो भन्दाखेरि बच्चादेखि मलाई फेमस हुन मन लाग्ने भनौँ न यस्तोलाई सोचेँ हो त भने मिस्टर माथि थप्यो अगाडि
Well, what are you guys waiting for? You know what you have to do. F in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you can type F in the chat and go watch the episode as well. Do check out the previous episodes. Quite lovely interviews by Ansh with the with a lot of personalities, PUBG Mobile personalities, both esports and a few content creators involved as well from the PUBG Mobile scene in Nepal. And it is going to be quite interesting to see what goes on through the heads of the competitive players when they're not playing. But ladies and gentlemen, talk about playing, and we do have the schedule for the day on our screens right now. And the grand finals, I guess a lot of firsts for us, Necro. First time we're going to be starting our day on Miramar, followed by Sanhok. Then we have Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel. So 2 Miramars, 2 Sanhoks, 2 Erangels in the same day. 6 matches a day, 3-day grand finale. Are you ready for the action?
I am. It's going to be a long day, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure you guys have your popcorns ready and a big bottle of water because this is going to be interesting, and you guys will need to take a sip of that water because make sure to stay hydrated, of course. But with that being said, man, again, as I said, this PMPL is just so full of mysteries, Johnny, and I really just want to see them reveal itself. I don't like mystery. I'm a man who doesn't like a lot of suspense. I don't like a lot of mystery as long as it's in the movie. But if it's in IRL, it's in real life, I'm not a big fan of that. Okay, I like things to be open in front of me. With that being said, here are a little bit of things opening in front of you guys too as team to watch inside this first game of Miramar. And Skylightz Gaming has, of course, been dominating the entire Miramar game, and this is the map what they're known for. DE Warriors too inside Miramar, they have been looking phenomenal. But a big competition here can also be Godlike Stalwart.
Exactly what I was about to say. I mean, it is a testament to how tough this tournament has gotten that for the first time, we do see the map chance percentage on our screens, and Godlike Stalwart are not there and on their strongest map as well, which is Miramar. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how this first game is going to go, because again, you don't have a lot of time. It's just 18 matches in the grand finale. 3 days, you're done and dusted, finish in the top 10, go to the SA Championship. And it is not just about going to the SA Championship, it is about going there as the champions of South Asia, representing South Asia as the best of this particular region. But Necro, that brings me to my next question. What is your prediction? Who's going to win the first game?
Oh, man, you know,
I'm going to give you 10 seconds now.
Oh, you know what? I don't want to go with the big names here. I honestly just want to go with Skylightz Gaming.
Alrighty. Skylightz Gaming is not a big name. That's what you're saying that means.
I mean, compared to Godlike Stalwart and DE Warriors so far, I wouldn't say they're as big as the level for them, but they're, of course, an experienced team.
Ooh, you have to choose your words quite carefully, my friend.
I mean, right now, anyone would agree these two teams are just dominating everything.
Yeah. Alrighty, I'm just going to go with the Warriors. Let's see what they bring to the table in the very first game of the day.
Buddy. All right, buddy.
I mean, so DE Warriors on Miramar, I mean, it is quite interesting to see how they actually perform, because in a usual situation, had it been on Erangel, you know that military base drop does work out quite nicely for them with the kind of aggression and the kind of pacing they rotate with. But on Miramar, things can change so quickly just because of how open the terrain is and how easy it is to spot out the opposition running out in the open. And that has impacted DE Warriors' performance so much so in the past few weeks. So it's been quite incredible to see how they have changed things. And are we, in fact, going to see a few new drop spots for a few new teams in these grand finals? I mean, I would love to see those early drop clashes on the first day in the first game.
I feel like another good topic over here can be Deadeye's guys.
Yeah.
Because this PMPL, Deadeye's guys haven't been as phenomenal. Now you can agree with me this. Come on. How Deadeye's guys
Not really. I mean, they have managed to keep a consistent run.
Yeah, they're still in top 4. But if you do talk about the overall league stage performance, they have managed
top
to...
6.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing pretty great. But if you do talk about the DEADEYES guys, we know the domination they bring inside the games. We have seen a lot of ups and downs, though.
Yeah.
Don't you think so?
I mean, there have been fall-offs as well, but then the pop-offs were enough to make up for that. And the reason I wouldn't call DEADEYES guys like a team that's failing to perform is the fact because even though they are sitting on the 6th position, they were just 20 points shy of the team finishing on the 3rd position. That was DE Warriors. And DEADEYES guys is the only team that is in the top 10, in fact, that have managed to keep, not top 10, sorry, top 7 that have managed to keep a consistent run every week. The difference wasn't that massive. Like, the drop wasn't that massive. Week 1, they got 185 points. Week 2, they got 197 points. That's a 12-point boost. 12-point boost right there, yes. Week 2 rolls around, they got 183 points. So the drop from week 1 is just 2 points. The drop from week 2 was massive, but then the performance did not change that much to actually deter them from, like, being outside the top 10. So DEADEYES guys, I think they have had a consistent run, but what they need to make sure is the result that we saw. The reason we saw them finish in the top 6 is because they played 50+ games. So over a long sample size of matches, a run like that does work out in their favor. Had there been more games, I think DEADEYES guys would have actually made it into the top 3 as well. But now there are just 18 matches for them. So they will have to go all in, or otherwise they're going to be done for.
I mean, that's one thing. And now, again, I'm going to ask you another question. What are your realistic expectations from Raw and Elementrix? Because these two teams, if you speak about Elementrix, week 1, phenomenal. Week 2, a big downfall. Week 3, a mediocre performance. And I would say Raw, ups and downs. Well, inconsistency, I would say. Because Raw, again, one game would go down bad, the other game Raw would do really good. So ups and downs are over here, but these type of ups and downs are not going to work out in the grand finals. As you mentioned, rightfully so, games are pretty limited.
I mean, the games are pretty limited, but for Elementrix, I'm going to be honest, I have no idea. I mean, they, as I mentioned during the league stage, an absolute wildcard of a team. Either they pop off very nicely, which they did in the final with securing 178 points, or there's going to be a massive slump, them finishing with 110 points, which happened in the second week of the tournament. Raw, on the other side, I have to say, again, I expect them to actually finish in the top 10 and move forward to the SA Championship. Should not be too difficult for them. If they fail to do that, then I guess we'll have to wait another year to see what all changes Raw is going to come up with in the next iteration of the PMPL and how things are going to go for them. But on the other side, a team that I am actually worried about are going to be the lads from Train2Kill. Lot of expectations when the tournament started. Lot of expectations held by many before PMPL began as one of the best teams in Nepal for this particular period of time. But after those first few days, their run just went.
Unch, you there? Unch, you there, buddy?
Yeah, he's there on the Nepali desk.
He's there. He's there. He told us that T2K is going to dominate this entire PMPL and maybe win it too.
Maybe they're waiting for the finals.
Pretty close. But yeah, in the pretty close on the 10th. Yes, on the 11th actually in the bonus ranking. So, yeah, pretty close, man. Pretty close. I mean, technically, the point structure is pretty close in bonus, so it is pretty close.
Yeah.
If T2K do manage to win the first game, but what are the odds?
What are the odds? I mean, 1 in 16, I guess.
1 in 16. Yeah, that's like 10% in 100.
Yeah, we need Ocean. What's the numbers, Ocean? I'm pretty sure he's watching the broadcast. He's going to do his calculations. He's going to hit us up right now with the numbers, exact probability of T2K winning this first game. But I think it's less than 10%, by the way. But on the other side, I mean, Train2Kill, just the fact that they managed to keep the bonus point ranking quite close. And all of that happened because of that final week run when we actually talked about them just realizing already it's a little bit too late for us to worry about losing points. Either we just survive this entire fiasco that has happened, or we just get eliminated even from the contention of the trophy. That was the situation they put themselves in. So they brought themselves back into the fight for the trophy. As you mentioned, the difference in the bonus point ranking, it's not that great. They can still make up for it in this first match, but all they have to do is win this first game on Miramar. And Train2Kill, I think the week-long break that has been there should be enough for a team like this, for players that the Train2Kill lineup have, to reset themselves, to figure out what the mistakes were, what all things they messed up upon, and just to be basically look like a completely different team this time around in the grand finals.
Yeah.
I think for Train to Kill, that first 2 days, those first 2 days were what I expect from them, were what I want them to be like.
Another, thing I really wanted to focus on over here. Now, we had enough chatters about T2K. I want to go back to DEADEYES guys. And DEADEYES guys, even in the previous PMPL, they ended the league stage on 7th or something spot. Don't exactly know. My memory's kind of blurry at this point. But DEADEYES guys kind of ended the league stages right on this sort of a spot in that sort of a surrounding area. But now, inside this grand finals, in the previous grand finals, DEADEYES guys ended things on the 2nd spot. Do you think this curse will keep on going and DEADEYES guys will end up again on the 2nd spot, or are we going to see some changes here?
I don't think so. I think we are definitely going to see some changes, and
so you think DEADEYES guys are not even going to be in top 2?
No. They are definitely going to be in the top 2. I think they might just be able to finish first. As I said, I mean, it's not just consistency in one tournament. DE have been consistent throughout the ages. I mean, they have managed to finish in the top 5. It is just a question of when it's going to happen. It's not a question of if it is going to happen, if DEADEYES guys are ever going to finish first. It's a question of when, and that can be today. That can be now. That can be this very PMPL.
I mean, what about DE Warriors, though? What about IHC, though? You know, these two teams are a really big threat, and now considering DRS as well, they have been outperforming some of the big names in here. There's so many threats that are there to take that 2nd spot away, and maybe potentially the 1st spot too. It's really tough for a team like DEADEYES guys to try and establish their mark inside that top 2 position right now. It's even more tougher than the past.
Well, it is definitely going to be quite tough, but ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's see who out of these 16 teams is going to make this first game win look easy peasy lemon squeezy for them, as the first game on Miramar is all set to begin. The trajectory of the plane starting from Los Higos, going all the way towards La Cobriera, sticking towards the western edge of the map. And again, we have the lads from 1952 taking an early exit towards Valle del Mar and Los Higos. That is where Dante has gone. The 1-3 split coming into play. Gremlin Storm moving towards the east side. VENOM Legends, we all know where they are going to be headed, since Gremlin Storm are going to be here, and WIZZES Club as well. But Miramar, we know early game action. It is quite difficult to anticipate where the drop clashes are going to be, and this time I don't think they're going to be any.
1952 just yoinked. They just yoinked TRZ's spot. And they dropped inside Valle del Mar, so they realized TRZ is not qualified, so they can easily just go on over in Valle del Mar and try and readjust. Because, again, the plane flat path was completely on the left, and now the circle is formed completely on the right side, on the opposite of the plane flat path. So this game is already setting up pretty well. I love the pace, and I love the heat this game is going to be delivering soon. DEW, of course, down in Chumacera. And DEADEYES guys, as always, nearby compounds off the Picado. They don't really like to drop inside a particular city. They'll just drop around it, loot up in those small houses, and be settled with some decent amount of loot. Now the circle, of course, has thrown a big curveball. I want to see what sort of an adjustment we're going to see, especially from 1952 and even Elementrix.
Well, let's see. I mean, an Eastern Circle does change everything for teams like IHC, for teams like Raw Official. I think, and as you were mentioning, 1952 dropping towards Valle del Mar, it might have worked out for them had the zone been towards the western side of the map, or even a central zone if we had gotten that in this particular game. But now they might be in a world of hurt, because as they start to move towards the western side of the map, there are going to be a lot of teams blocking their way, and gatekeeping on Miramar is not that difficult to do. For now, though, we have DRS moving in a little too early towards Junkyard, and this position might just work out for them. T2K looks like they were moving up north as well, but on our screens now, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the lineup of Godlike Stalwart. A name that everyone, as soon as a game begins, everyone expects them to win it.
And Gremlin Storm pulling off some shenanigans here.
Surf.
Interesting.
He's doing the meme. He's doing the meme.
Yeah, he's doing the, what's his name? I forgot his name.
Same.
Cabo or something?
Yeah. Oh, loses a chunk of his HP.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, sometimes moving around can be dangerous for your health, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but good surf, though.
That's still good. Still pretty good. Can you do that?
Surf on a car?
Yeah, I've seen that in some of the movies.
No, I can't. I wish
Now
I
he's
could, but
sleeping, man. You can literally make a whole video on it.
yeah, you can, but also the level of risk involved in doing so is like not worth it.
I guess for the fame, it's worth it.
Yeah, you go ahead and do this. I'm gonna
Nah,
support you in it, but
when I lose weight, then I will. Sure.
alrighty, buddy.
For that, you'll have to wait another year. Are you that patient?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do that sometime.
Also,
Maybe.
alright, so for the viewers that are tuning in right now, again, the grand finals for the first time in the PMPL are not starting from zero. Every single week, based on where the teams finished, they were handed out bonus points that were added to their rankings, to their standings for the grand finals. So right now, Godlike Stalwart are starting with 73 points, just like DRS Gaming. They also have 73 points. The Warriors on us on our screens right now, they're starting with 65 points, tied up with DEADEYES guys. IHC Esports, they managed to finish in the top 3 with 67 points to their name. And the difference, just to give you context of what the difference is between the first and the team sitting on the 16th position, JyanMaara. Well, JyanMaara, they are tied up with the team right above them, 1952, both of them sitting there with 27 points to their name. So there is a massive, massive drop, and if one of these top teams performs very well for themselves in at least 2 to 3 matches today, then I think it is going to be quite difficult for the teams at the bottom to climb up and fight for the title. Then they're just going to be left grabbing onto the hopes of making it to the SA Championship.
I mean, a lot of teams are here to just make it to the SA Championship, and then maybe also try and reveal their true intentions. This can also be it, because sometimes those teams are really aiming for the higher stake, even more higher than this PMPL, which is, of course, the South Asia Championship. But I doubt it's going to be that sort of a case, especially with teams like Godlike Stalwart, because they've already won the entire league stage, and they probably do want to name this entire PMPL onto themselves too. MABETEX Esports, though, that's a great sense of threat around them. Kind of did sense that threat. Instantly just U-turn their vehicles away from that compound. Do not want to be around it. Or I don't exactly know what was the thought process going on in that one. But a lot of teams now have started to accumulate in the center of the circle. DEADEYES guys as well, being as quick as possible on their feet, instantly rotating towards the center. MABETEX already in the smack center, having a really great spot. T2K as well, really close. But T2K have a interesting split going on. One of the players kind of spread away from the other three. And I do want to see how this one's going to work out. I mean, right now, the center of the circle isn't that stacked up, but soon enough, it'll start to get stacked up, because even 1952 now have started to move in from down south.
As you mentioned, 1952 moving up north from the southern edge, the southern shoreline of the map. Let's see if there is going to be an early fight between them and another team, but on the other side, Train to Kill have decided to go for a 2-2 split. We did see Legend a few moments ago getting spotted out, but does manage to get away from the collision, avoid the opposition completely. Sundays right now maintaining control of the high ground. Just in case someone rolls by, someone drives by, he will have a lot of information available for himself and for his teammates from this position. So that is why this location becomes quite important for the teams to control, especially in the early stages. Information is going to be key. Information can be the reason between winning a team fight and losing to just a single player hiding in an awkward position. DRS on our screens right now were one of the first few people to try and contest the center, but still don't have control. They have positioned themselves towards El Azhar, but look at this. Orange from Elementrix. I don't think he's going to show up here.
Yeah, no, he's pretty far away.
Yeah.
He's pretty far away. On top, though, still just wants to be extra cautious, because he knows he's sort of in the off-center right now. And the spot that he's holding can definitely be quite crucial for the upcoming phase of the game. JyanMaara as well in front of us, and JyanMaara so far still on a move. Looking to make it in a better spot inside the circle. They're even around El Azhar, right next to the players of DRS, and they might just meet against each other soon enough. High Voltage, another one of those teams, Johnny, that we haven't touched on. And we sort of did, but not enough, I would say, because High Voltage, again, the consistency has been immaculate.
Well, as you mentioned, the consistency has been immaculate, but these are the grand finals, and everyone is going to take the level of aggression that they played with before to the next level. If they were being extremely passive in the early stages, you aren't going to see them in the late stage even. But we do have the first airdrop, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens. The Groza was going to be there. And look at that. Elementrix already a player down. Orange was knocked out, and that's the first blood on top, securing the first blood of the game. Yeta also in an extremely awkward position, and it's about to get even tougher for them to survive as High Voltage, as you mentioned, Necro are closing in from the rear. Elementrix, they do not realize that they are about to be sandwiched.
Yeah.
There goes Yeta. 2 players surviving from the side of Elementrix, 2 points secured by the players of DEADEYES, guys.
Oh, I feel bad for Elementrix. We just had a talk about this team, and you said, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
And this is not a start they want to have, considering what sort of a shaky situation they were in inside the week 2. And in week 3 too, as I said, a mediocre performance, not really outstanding. A lot of teams, honestly, really opted out for a mediocre performance in general. And the only reason why I talked about DEADEYES, guys, is because they're usually sometimes known for their flashy plays too. But we didn't really see a lot of flashy plays from DEADEYES, guys. Instead, they really did try and prioritize the positioning and overall consistency more, which of course is quite respectable.
But let's see. As you mentioned, I mean, yeah, it is quite respectable that instead of just going for all-out YOLO moments, teams prioritize their... Oh, man. I would say rather than IHC, it was the players of DE Warriors, who were doing that, like just YOLO moments, a lot of them from their side.
They were, but they're actually winning those too. And sometimes even if they do get themselves engaged in a YOLO fight, they would still try and strategize around it. That was not the case. IHC would just straight up ram it.
So to be fair, IHC is the only team that has played with a lot of different iterations of their lineup. That is what I'm happy about. I was so happy to see them experiment. I was so happy to see that how far they were willing to go in order to figure out what is the best possible playing for that they can play with. They made Godless sit out an entire day. They made Godless sit out, I think, a day and a half. Even the first 2 matches of the next day, he wasn't even playing. But look at that, DEADEYES, guys, from a fight that they went to a fight that they're about to lose, as True Love is going to be taken out by Fragboy, just completely caught off guard. Nowhere left to go, knocked out in the open. Fragboy, though, he's going to need backup soon. ODE being pinned down by 2 different teams. We saw one more player from their lineup go down to the players of Gremlin Storm. So it's not just VENOM Legends that are aware of their position. And now Chari is just stuck on this hilltop.
Yeah, and he's all by himself too. None of his teammates are even close to him. DEADEYES, guys, they're definitely going for quite an aggressive approach inside this one, just to contest for a better spot in the lobby. Gremlin Storm against the players of WIZZES Club, just tapping away, not finding connections yet. The circle is definitely panned out quite interesting, and a decent amount of portion of the circle too is just accumulated inside the water, or covers a decent amount of water. But DEADEYES Warriors, they find a great opening against the players of 1952 as the first man goes down, but even they themselves are getting shot at in the back.
Let's see the Warriors on the other side also taking a massive hit. Oh, Chari, he's just patiently waiting. Someone to make the push. Now, it makes me wonder with the way VENOM Legends are moving around, are they even aware of the threat lurking right next to them? On the other side, 1952 versus DE Warriors happening. And as a few moments ago, we saw even VENOM Legends be a part of this action between these 2 teams. Entry, stuck in the blue zone. It's quite ironic. His name is Entry, yet he's always denied the entry.
I mean, he gives the enemy team the entry. So that's why his name is Entry. I'm sorry. But this is what has been happening, okay? This is legit what has been happening. Entry has usually been the first man to go down from 1952, and this is not just this PMPL, it has been the entire history of this team. I mean, he is a great player, don't get me wrong. He is, of course, a skilled individual, but sometimes, man, the entry fragging role just doesn't really work out for him. which is okay. DE Warriors in front of us against the players of 1952. Now they're getting charged on, and DE Warriors definitely do want to mop him up as quick as possible because Doc is, of course, taking a lot of damage from the blue. Two players are going to challenge him at the same time, and the angle that he's holding is quite risky as well. Doc would also need to check his back. Soon he might just get pounced on, but no, it's going to be the answer. 1952. The backs are going to be quite exposed, in which Nirzit provides a perfect cover fire.
I think this was just a lesson by Doc. Never ever go for a push on him. But on the other side, Elementrix, the first team to be eliminated from this match. Ladies and gentlemen, not a start that they wanted, but let's see. Will the recovery be possible in the future games? For now, though, WIZZES Club, 3 players still surviving, did try to go for a spray onto the players of IHC, who were rotating from right in front of them. Spray transfer was unsuccessful, but now they have revealed their position and the compound. So they have to be extremely careful. 2 players sticking together, prone down. Quaith on our screens using the third-person perspective to just look upon the ridges to try and see if he can spot out the players of IHC, as they do expect them to charge upon them. But IHC not really playing the game that the opposition wants them to play. Just keep on moving forward. And the zone shifting and in fact sticking towards the shoreline just east of Junkyard. Skylightz Gaming, DRS, quite close to the center. No incentive to take fight or force fight against each other. VENOM Legends on the other side. Quite an interesting position for them as well, as they've managed to secure quite a nice bit of high ground. And a few extra points in the early stages as well.
Yeah, DW still on the top. Oh, DEADEYES, guys. These two teams have always been meeting each other in the pathways majority of the time, and once again, they do come across each other. The nade was definitely tossed in, but it's a little bit overcooked, of course. Smokes as well are being tossed in from the side of Joker, sir. DEADEYES guys really do want to make sure Joker's going to be back on his feet, or at least back inside the game, safe enough, because DEADEYES guys, they're already down to just a 2-man squad, but the nade barrage from the side of DEW is going to be way too perfect. But still, Chari's position is uncompromised, and he's inside the shack. Joker is taken away from even the play zone, and he's also knocked out. So he might just bleed out to his death soon enough if the players of DEW keep their eyes just pinned on that spot.
This is just absolutely perfect gatekeeping from the players of DEW, just moving around. They do take the smoking vehicle in the back. On the other side, 1952 getting wiped out by the players of WIZZES Club. Slayer getting the final slay from the opposing side. He has 2 eliminations. In fact, 100% contribution to his team's defeat numbers. On the other side, though, Slipknot from the side of Raw getting taken care of. Gremlin Storm just building the aggression slowly and steadily. WIZZES Club chime in as well. Sorry, VENOM Legends chime in as well over there. And there it is, VENOM Legends. Frag Boy will be able to spot out the players of Gremlin Storm, but instantly gets out of the buggy, prones down. This is going to be quite interesting to fight the players from the side of VENOM Legends stuck on this slope. DRS against the players of Godlike Stalwart now, as Gyante realizes teammate is going to get finished off on the other side. Action taking care of things and swinging the advantage towards his team. Will get traded out instantly by Mr. Bodo.
Again, now fights are definitely happening all across the board, and that's against the players of DRS. As Delta gets knocked out, he's outside the recall. But the players of MABETEX are not able to find any connection once again. DRS, they should be able to retrieve the players who is just being fallen down, which is Delta. But the rest two are kind of far away. And he will be confirmed soon enough as well. But it's going to be the players of Godlike Stalwart just stealing it away. DEW up against the players of WIZZES Club here to mop them away. As they've found the first opening. Now they've tasted the blood. Slayer might just be the one to fall down here. And it is a one-on-one situation in which Sneaks clearly has the HP advantage. But Slayer might just clutch it out. And he probably will. And he does. Slayer, he's just slaying and laying these teams on the bed.
Ooh. As you said, Slayer. Well, the name says it all. But when is he going to get slayed? I guess that is going to happen right now, as he does get shot in the back while trying to escape. In that situation, it was out in the open as well, quite exposed. but we do not see his name on the feed yet. That means the man does survive. VENOM Legends on the other side, still surviving, still looking quite solid. All 4 players sticking together have managed to secure a knock from the side of Gremlin Storm. Now, Memo has been knocked out. He's crawling towards his teammate, but the lads are quite far away. So this should be an easy finish for the players of VENOM Legends to secure. And there it is. They don't even do anything to get that point. They just wait on their position, just denying the revive to the players of Gremlin Storm. From the rear, though, Fragboy realizes there is a threat lurking in the back, and they are going to go for it towards the shack. We go, lads. Just trying to see if they can finish off the players from the side of High Voltage, and in the process, get a few extra points as well. See, going for the flank, going for the low ground. His teammates are going to position towards the high ground now, positioning themselves to push upon that shack. But look at the circle, though. Zone shifting right on top of the players of MABETEX. And they have been holding on to that compound for, I believe, 5 to 6 minutes now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the hold has been quite well, but there are a lot of teams who are right surrounding it perfectly. And they might just want to be the Guardian Angels as well. VENOM Legends with a really interesting split down south, right underneath the players of High Voltage. Now, so far they're alive with all the 4 players, but we never know what the future holds for them. Right now, they're just getting mowed down and peppered down by the players of High Voltage. And High Voltage are not able to find any sort of clear connections yet, though. High Voltage just mowing down lawns, hoping that maybe at least 1 or 2 bullets will connect, but not yet. VENOM Legends, there is still one more threat just in the back lurking around, and he hasn't revealed his position, but MABETEX with a prime spot currently inside the circle. They definitely will have quite a lot of sightlines on a lot of teams, and they might just be set up for a fantastic game here.
Well, let's see how far are they going to go. As you said, the setup is going to be there, but will this work out quite nicely for them? IHC, in the meanwhile, securing a few extra points. Malik, oh my goodness, taking care of things against VENOM Legends, dropping the numbers down to the last 2 players for the team. In fact, sorry, the last 3 players for the team. Gremlin Storm against DRS, and DRS taking an early exit as well from this match. 11th position, so top 10 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Top 9 teams remaining, as even T2K will be shown the door so early in this game. 26 players still surviving. JyanMaara against Skylightz Gaming, but MABETEX now just denying the drop to any team coming down that hill. Godlike Stalwart in their crosshairs, but Godlike Stalwart still managing to push through, have traded out a knock. In fact, not just traded out, but secured an extra advantage for themselves. Should be an easy drop for them. Oh, one nade there and they're done, man.
It's an all-out war, Johnny. It's legit an all-out war. And Skylightz Gaming, they're trying to fight back, even though they are in a really big disadvantageous spot. Gunner's position compromised. Mafia Ninja sees the backpack. And this nade might just find Gunner, but not yet. Unfortunately misses it, but still Gunner's position is known. JyanMaara, they really do want to make sure No Fear is going to be back up on his feet, but the Wall of Death is going to play another crucial role. Skylightz Gaming, with the position they have found themselves in, they really do need to keep their heads tucked down below. They haven't even made it inside the circle yet, and to do so, they will either need to fight the players of MABETEX or the players of Godlike Stalwart. But always there's going to be the threat in the back in the name of JyanMaara.
Oh, let's see though, JyanMaara, they are going for a very aggressive push, and oh, Skylightz Gaming, this is gonna be it. Snipe YT tries to drive over the entire team once, fails to do that, gets out and just decides to shoot them in the face, but Mr. Boro still surviving for a few extra moments. As soon as No Fear shows up, he is going to be down. So Skylightz Gaming, they do get eliminated on the 8th position. Top 7 teams in this game alive. 19 players still remaining. IHC still there with all 4 players and 7 eliminations already secured. VENOM Legends have also done pretty good for themselves. They have 7 eliminations, but they only have 1 last player left in this lobby. JyanMaara being caught in the crosshairs of Godlike Stalwart. Oh, he does see Laser right behind the ridge, and Laser does not have enough time to actually try and reposition himself. He will either go down to the blue or give up his life to the players of IHC.
Yeah, talk about giving up his life right now, VENOM Legends. Laser has kept his position anonymous for a really long time, but decides to reveal it in an interesting time, that's for sure. VENOM Legends, they're going to be out from the game, mopped up outside the lobby. IT, they're still alive with 7 elimination points. the most amount of elimination points so far in the entire lobby, and I'd see they have named those elimination points onto themselves, and now I'd see they're looking to breach inside this compound, and Beach High Voltage are currently trapped in. Mullock is around and across, but Jiggle is going to be the one who is holding the inside. But unfortunately, he gets spotted out from the back. It's going to be Groza of Godless, which is going to strike in stronger than ever before. And High Voltage, oh, I'd see just taking care of business like it's nothing.
Oh boy, I mean, I guess the lads have returned in the grand finals itself. IHC playing like their older selves, but we are also down to the top 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Gremlin Storm still in this game, which is their last player surviving. Godlike Stalwart, oh, their numbers are also dwindling down. And I think they are going to be done as well. IHC all 4 players, JyanMaara with the last 3. MABETEX on the other side, the 3 players remaining, trying to take on the players of JyanMaara. Compound to compound between these 2 teams. A lot of utility exchange as well. They have to be extremely careful. They need to save a few nades and smokes at least for the final few moments of the game.
And speak of saving the utilities, right now everyone is just pouring these utilities on enemy lines, hoping that maybe the opening will be found, but not yet. Not just yet. JyanMaara with 3 players outside. MABETEX, now the circle is shifted away. The circle as well is playing some big mind games over here. I'd see they need a breach inside the circle. And they're quite vulnerable right now as well. They don't, of course, have the best spot to be with, but they will now need to try and make something out of nothing. MABETEX with 3 players holding the compound up till now, and now they might just get breached on by JyanMaara in a matter of seconds.
Well, let's see how this is going to go, though. Mr. No Fear, just showing no fear as well. Goes for the nade, tries to push Baron back from the window, and does succeed as well. It is all about positioning this team fight between these 2 teams. Whoever gets caught off guard first is going to get absolutely destroyed now. No Fear, all he has to do is land 1 nade, and there's the opening. Mr. Leo has been taken down. Wally on the window, does see 2 players.
Oh.
He has to line up the spray, fails. Gunner takes him down. Gunner is going to be traded. Baron, the last player surviving 1v2. And, oh, just a sliver of HP on him, runs in the back. His teammates are getting finished off. Nowhere left to go. Baron trying to put on a first aid, but the noise is just stopping him. He stops in the middle of the heels. Goes for the first aid again. Badu just waiting for an opportunity now. I mean, we all know who's going to win this game, ladies and gentlemen. IHC, the numbers advantage is going to be there. And I guess the lads from Zeus have returned to take their crown, take their throne away from everyone.
I told you, man. I told you. I always felt like there's some sort of mysterious aura about this team inside the league stages. And now, finally, they're just revealing the true intentions. But Baron, oh, that's a nice catch with the bullets. Gunner does fall down, but JyanMaara, oh boy, Maru, oh, this is going to be it. There's no way to survive this one. He's not going to be able to out-heal the zone with just some bandages. Yeah, it should be taken down in a matter of seconds. And now it's going to be the 2 teams in the prime right now. And it seems like Godlike Stalwart are getting dismantled once again, just like they did in the Livic.
Well. As you said, the Livic, the memories, the nightmares from Livic again for Godlike Stalwart and IHC walking away with a winner chicken in endgame number 1 of the PMPL South Asia Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen. An impressive victory with 12 eliminations, 27 points secured, and it does push them in the first position of the overall ranking. But again, a reminder, this time around the overall rankings are not starting from 0, so the rankings that you expect based on the first game, the overall are going to be a little bit different from that.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be a little bit different, but I'm not even sad that my prediction was wrong here. I'm happy. I'm happy because something I said in the league stage is exactly happening. I knew IHC is hiding something. They're not playing to their fullest potential, and finally we see the true face of IHC and what they were really packing. And one thing I can say for sure, they're packing a big punch.
Yeah, that's a massive blow right there, especially to the likes of Godlike Stalwart. I mean, in that 2v4 situation, IHC, had they been naded upon, they would have just absolutely gotten destroyed. But hey, what has happened now. The teams will have to worry about their future games. But before we move to the next match, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022 Grand Finals are here, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. And even though we are talking about the changes that have been brought in front of us by the teams, by the individuals in those teams, some things never changed. The top two teams in the previous game, both from Mongolia.
And not just that, Johnny. ITC should be on the first spot now.
Yeah.
In the overall rankings of the Grand Final. So, as you said, they're here to conquer the throne. And right now, they are sitting on the throne. But as I said, at least for right now. Because Godlike Stalwart will strike again. And trust me, they will strike in even more stronger and harder. Because they have been couples for a really long time. And now seeing ITC turn against them, there will be a little bit of jealousy.
I mean, you know what, to be fair, we are just getting started. This was just match one from day one. And even before this game, there was just a 6-point difference separating the two teams, Godlike Stalwart and IHC. So just the fact that IHC have gotten a lot of elimination numbers is what will be helping them out, getting a little bit of an extra boost. But Godlike Stalwart, they will have their opportunity. In fact, they will have 17 more opportunities to topple them over. But we do have the player focus on our screens right now. Demo doing a phenomenal job in this game. 519 damage dished out. 4 eliminations secured as well. I see you know people have been making fun of him quite a lot, that IC melts on Miramar.
Well, this time he melted the enemies. That's what he did. This time, I mean, technically they are right. IC melts on Miramar. He melts the enemies in the Grand Finals this time, ladies and gentlemen. But you remember, Johnny, I said, why is Demo playing on such a big leash in IHC? I always said this. I said, inside Seal, Demo plays so aggressive. He plays pretty much like a free man. He does whatever he wants. He does bring in those numbers. He does bring in those elimination points. But in IHC, it always felt like, at least in the league stages, that there was a big leash on this man. He was not being let unleashed. But inside this game, finally saw Demo being unleashed, and Demo is showing his true colors. Imagine they have 3-star players in them. Godless, of course. Then you have Alex coming in, who was the rookie in the previous PMPL. I mean, pretty much, every single player is a star player. But let's be honest, Alex is kind of being deactivated.
I mean, after his debut, he has kind of taken a step back. But you know there's a possibility that that man is going to go on fire one of these games. And when that happens, I think IHC all of a sudden are going to look like the most deadly, the deadliest team inside of this lobby. Because it is going to be the situation as when when we saw the first lineup from the side of Astra Academy. If you remember, Scry wasn't there back then. Scry, again, is one of the best support players inside this entire South Asia region. I'm going to include Pakistan as well into this, because eventually these lads are going to play in the PMPL SA Championship. But Scry is one of the best in the entire region. But even then, the previous iteration of Astra Academy, in fact, the first time we ever saw them, the first time we saw these players, Pika, Action, all of these lads playing together, they had a hyper-aggressive lineup. No one would slow down. Even Pika would push forward in those fights. He used to showcase some incredible bolt action moments on those broadcasts. So now all of that has changed. They've gotten a little bit more tactical. They've got slowed down the aggression. They have realized that you can't always just run in willy-nilly, guns blazing. That is never going to... That won't always work out for you. But still, it was an impressive sort of playstyle that the team found for themselves, which is what DE Warriors do right now. But this IHC that we saw in this particular game was also very impressive, especially considering they started off from the western edge of the map. So it was not an easy rotation for them to make it all the way towards the eastern side, especially with all 4 players still intact. That is what I am actually impressed with.
Yeah, and this would not be the IHC that we saw in league stages at all. If that was the situation, they would just straight up like breach in the between. They would not even try and rotate. Just straight go in a straight line. We don't care who's in front. Okay, you're gonna try to stop us. We'll eject out our vehicles and straight up ram our vehicles onto you, and let's see what happens. May the best team come through victorious. And usually IHC used to lose, of course, because they had a little bit of disadvantage in those fights. But there were some moments where IHC do come out on top as well. Let's not ignore that. But majority of the times, IHC were not able to win those. And even if they do win those, they used to take a big hit.
I didn't see that coming, to be honest. But still, our conversation is going to keep on going on, ladies and gentlemen. It was an impressive game, but that was just the first match of the day. Also, another team that we do need to talk about. In fact, two teams that I would like to talk about right now, JyanMaara and VENOM Legends. VENOM Legends, what happened to them? Like, they look so mad of their run in the league stages. They just wanted to fight everyone at the same time. They secured so many eliminations so early on, but if you go aggressive right off the bat, that is going to mean that you are going to keep on losing players as you transition to the late game stages of the map. Plus, if you waste your time fighting too much on the edges, then the rotations during those late game stages are not really going to work out for you, which is actually what happened to the players of VENOM Legends. They got delayed so much that they were taking damage from the blue. It became quite easy for the opposition to take the players down, and that is how they were forced to take an early exit inside of the game. But hey, we do have the match summary on our screens right now, and there it is. Elimination leaders, Godless, always number one.
Oh, man. Gotta love to see this man over there, man. Godless. I mean, the entire squad of IC just popped off, but then Gremlin Storm as well with highest damage. I'm loving that the players of Gremlin Storm are really showing themselves up. You know, a little bit of variety in the region as well. You always love to see that. And then you have JyanMaara coming in with, of course, highest assist for number over there, and action from Godlike Stalwart with the most healing done. Yeah. It's interesting. When I still remember in the past, we used to have the most distance traveled stat. And that was one of the interesting stats as well. So you could really figure it out, okay, which team was really just gunning it down, not even stopping, just straight up in the vehicles, trying to make it inside the circle from a really far away spot. And the circle really did screw that team over.
I mean, that was the case in the previous sort of tournaments. I mean, on Miramar, you would get most distance traveled in the vehicles. On other maps, on Sanhok, it was just be on foot. But look at this now. JyanMaara, this push was absolutely lovely. It was phenomenal. It was absolutely flawless. They could have done a better job just finishing off Baron though, but the initiation was so perfect. And then towards the very end, Godlike Stalwart against the players of IHC. Look at the difference between the two teams in this situation. Godlike Stalwart, they thought this was going to be a similar situation for them. They thought everyone else was just going to bow down easy right in front of them on their knees. But no. Team stood up. Team stood up to the Giants, and Godlike Stalwart, even though the 1266 damage is going to be there, they only got 3 eliminations. The top finish is going to work out for them, but IHC, look at that. 12 eliminations, also the chicken dinner, and I think JyanMaara as well, extremely impressive with their run in this game.
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of teams have definitely tried to pull a big and miraculous playoff inside the first game, but of course not every single team can take it home. A lot of teams, you can clearly see the efforts weren't being put, but what is going to be interesting now is going to be the second map of the day, which is of course going to be Sanhok. And now again, ladies and gentlemen, Sanhok can definitely be a big change in the pace because as I said, a lot of things have changed inside the grand finals. IHC as well, they've sort of changed their play style, and now they're thinking a bit more compared to the league stages. But Sanhok, I'm not sure what sort of an approach is going to be from all the teams because, as I said, strategies are being changed. But Johnny, man, before we do talk about all the game and stuff, of course, it's going to keep on continuing on. I'm not going to lie, you're looking kind of cute today, bro.
Oh, really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, you're looking good today.
Yeah, but what I want to know from you is, what are your predictions, Necro?
I mean, I answered it first last time, so I think so you should go in first this time.
I'm going to go first this time.
Yeah.
So, I want to go with IHC, but if you have followed like the players since they were part of Zeus Esports, you know Sanhok is not a game that they like to play. This is not their map, so I'm not going to go with them. But on the other side, Godlike Stalwart looked pretty solid on this map. So do the players from the side of High Voltage. We have seen even Train to Kill perform really nicely in this map. So Sanhok is all about that aggressive run.
And Elementrix as well. If you remember, they kicked off first week with Sanhok, and they kicked off last week with Sanhok as well. So for Elementrix, the situation need to be very specific. And it's quite opposite of what the other teams hope for. Other teams hope for the zone to be on them. Elementrix are going to be hoping, all right, we land towards the west. I hope the zone is going to be on the eastern side. Every single time it's the zone that's away from them, Elementrix do really well. They are extremely talented in playing edge-to-edge survival games. So I think that sort of situation always works out in their favor.
But this time around, I think for my prediction, I will go with the players from the side of. Let's see. I hope DRS actually walk away with the win in this game, because the previous one wasn't really going their way.
Actually, DRS is a really solid choice.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go with an interesting team here. I'm gonna go with someone that you expect least to win on this map, and I'm gonna go with Godlike Stalwart.
Who told you that?
I'm being sarcastic, buddy.
Yeah. Who are you hanging out with these days?
No one.
Are you
man.
still hearing
I've
voices,
been-
Necro?
Yeah, I've been alone in my room all day, all night. That's why I'm.
Necro is possessed, hearing voices. Says
Yeah.
he thinks Godlike Stalwart is the least likely to win on Sanhok. Oh
I'm
man,
not
people
lie.
are gonna
I
call us
love-
insane.
I love playing around with you, man.
Yeah, we ought to send you to the madhouse, man.
What is that?
An insane asylum.
Oh.
Saying stuff like Godlike Stalwart losing out on Sanhok. Not having the highest probability to win a game off Sanhok. It is the map that favors aggressive teams, and this team does, like, they will do everything right with those fights. That aggression is their name.
I know.
As you
I
said
know.
on day one, they are godlike and they are stalwart.
They indeed are, but they are currently one of the worst teams in the lobby as well.
Wow. Yeah, clip that.
I am
Clip
just
that
kidding, guys. It's
out
a
of
little joke.
context.
It's a little joke, guys. I'm just being sarcastic. Come on.
And
I
Necro.
know. I know. It's just a little joke, guys. I know I'm triggering a lot of people right now, but it's just a joke, okay? Sometimes you gotta pop out some laughs, you know, because these games are gonna be quite intense and it'll make you sweat. So before the game start, it's my job to entertain you guys. We are the entertainers at the end of the day, right, Johnny?
Yeah, we are entertainers, and as Necro said, we are here to entertain you guys, but you know what is entertaining more than us? It is the map that is in front of us right now. And let's see what is actually going to happen, because the trajectory of the plane was starting from the extreme central southern portion of the map, and we do have the circle quite central as well, just leaning a little bit towards the northern side. No early drop clashes on Sanhok though. Raw Esports. Now, Necro, this is extremely, this is what I find quite weird. Look at the 4-man split drop from Raw. We haven't seen them do that the entirety of league stages.
I told you, man. I mean, grand finals, bro. A lot of things are going to change. And yeah, even Raw. It seems like they're quite hungry for the loot too, Johnny, and also for the positioning. Because it does, it's clearly evident enough that they do want the hill control around the boot camp side, which Godlike Stalwart, as soon as they're done looting the entire boot camp area, they instantly traveled across on the other side towards the hill. But now one of the players from the side of Raw is already posted up. If he does get decent amount of loot around those little compounds, then he should be just posted right on top. Oh, that was an M24 Pika. Come on, pick it up.
I mean, I would love to see the bolt action in his hands again, but yeah, those days are gone now.
But yeah, one thing you definitely said, that was interesting. Yeah, Raw with the split, all jokes aside. This is interesting. And I really want to know what sort of homework they have done and what sort of strategy at the end of the day they've came through over here. Because, again, I mean, if it does work out pretty well, if they do get some proactive control around the boot camp and maybe they are hunting down for some elimination points, then this can definitely be an interesting split. High voltage and DEW right next to each other, Johnny, and this might just cause a little bit of chaos once again.
Well, let's see. Oh, Gremlin Storm memo. You say chaos, and we oversee the players from Gremlin Storm on our screens. Oh, he sees Apex, instantly goes for the finish, realizing that there are going to be multiple oppositions around him. And if they have weapons, he might not have an opportunity to survive this. An early fight between the players of GSM as they have shown up. So the backup has arrived. And with the way Baron has just gone down on his belly, I don't think he has a weapon to go for a long-range engagement. I think he's just waiting with a gun that Necro, you specifically love quite a lot.
And which is that?
The DBS. So what do we call him? Well, he does not have the DBS.
That's
I was
no,
wrong. He has a
see,
UMP.
You see, you still messed up though.
No, it's
DBS
the
is not my
one-pump
favorite gun. It's the one pump man.
It's one pump man is not the gun.
But the man who takes it, it will be
Yes.
renamed as One Pump Man.
Yeah, whoever it's like the hammer of Thor.
Yeah, it's like Mjolnir.
It's
But
like
instead,
Mjolnir,
we
yeah.
don't call it Mjolnir. We call it One Pump. One Pump and the Dump. Oh, damn, that's actually cool.
Ooh,
That's actually cool.
that is cool.
Yeah. Well, there we go, guys. Finally found an official name for that gun. One Pump and the Dump. But again,
OPMTD.
we are on some heavy tanks of opium right now. We are on some heavy tanks. But yeah, right now, I mean, things are definitely shaping up quite in an interesting fashion.
Yep.
But we still aren't seeing any engagements yet. MABETEX, and of course, we saw one more team right next to each other, which was Gremlin Storm. And right now, they're still engaged in a stalemate sort of a situation in which Godlike Stalwart, they definitely are hearing all that commotion. And they probably do want a little bit of piece of that, and they are straight up going for it too. They are now way too desperate and eager to get those elimination points in their hands, but they still have one man looking at their 6, and this is what you always gotta love about some of the best teams in the lobby, man.
Well, yeah, as you said, some of the best teams in the lobby. I want to talk about this though. So earlier on, if you remember, in the early stages of the tournament, Godlike Stalwart, they would just hold on to their bootcamp drop for at least 10 minutes. But towards the final few days of the league stages, we saw them just move out quite early this time around as well. Within the first 4 minutes, they were done looting, and they have completely abandoned their position for an early rotation, an early reposition. Just deciding to move a little bit up north, realizing that there is going to be a few teams that intend to ruin their game plans in the early stages. Only one elimination in this map so far. What is he doing? Just trying to hide
He's
the
playing a mini game.
bandages or what?
No, he's playing a little mini game.
Alrighty.
Yeah. I mean, it's understandable too. Right now, nothing's happening, so even he's trying to pass a bit of time. Just relaxing, chilling around. But yeah, Johnny, what is your best spot to relax?
In game or IRL?
IRL.
Oh. Has to be my setup, I guess. My chair, my table. Just looking at my monitor, I guess.
But ladies and gentlemen, airdrop one's on the board too with the AMR. And of course, the upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. Right now, the game is quite shaped up, quite slow, actually. Something we did not expect. These teams do have each other locked in their targets. These teams have the targets acquired, but they're just not able to terminate it yet. Because everyone's just playing it so safe and sound. They don't want to go against any sort of early game risk just yet. Maybe wait for a couple of more seconds, a little bit of more time, wait for the next circle shift to happen, and that's probably when a couple of fights will be forced. But if the circle shift just centers on up, then the chances are the fights will be delayed even more.
Well, yeah. 7 minutes in, all we have seen is that first blood of the game, and after that, MABETEX and Gremlin Storm decided that they're just going to be neighbors. Neither of them have moved an inch.
Where are the nades, man? Just throw them.
Yeah. So, yeah, they will find the nades if they move around from compound to compound from these huts. But in order to do that, a little bit of risk taking is going to be involved, and both these teams just not really keen on doing that. They are just proned out in those houses, just relaxing, chilling.
Yeah, I know.
Time looking out the window.
They're really hesitant in using those utilities, man.
Yep.
And these could be some easy knockouts as well.
Oh, it's gonna be a squad wipe if they start.
Oh,
whoa,
damn. That was Matrix. But if you do take the replay, a little replay of how someone just got taken care of easily from the game, in which Memo's position has been compromised. So one thing MABETEX knows for sure is that Memo is in that house. Just tossing at least one blind nade. Come on. Memo is right on the other side of that window. If the nade is perfectly cooked around it, that can just be a knockout right then.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, it might just be a knockout right then and there. I like how he said someone taken care of. It's the way the Mafia used to say.
Which Mafia? What?
I don't know, I've seen it in a lot of old school New York Mafia movies. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Goes ahead and shoot someone.
That reminded me of Thomas Shelby.
Yeah. So you do understand what I'm saying.
You do not tell me how to handle my business. I will take care of it. Maybe we should be mafias, Johnny. What do you say?
I don't think we can be.
Yeah, I don't think so, man. I would I would just.
You know, the main reason is too disorganized.
True, I guess. But do we really have the guts, though?
Yeah,
we would run away from a fight, bro. We would run away from a fight.
Just did not want to say it out loud, but yeah.
we both would just run away, man.
Inside the game, we can do whatever we want, but
yeah, inside the game. No, I don't think so. You can run inside the game, though. You step outside a compound right now, and you're just donezo.
Look at that. There's a lot of shots being fired from the players of Godlike Stalwart, as we do see those bullet trajectories heading up north towards high voltage and towards VENOM Legends, and just a little bit down south towards the players of MABETEX as well.
Again, I mean, so far it's just peace all over the board. Peaceful environment. Hear the calm wind. Sometimes maybe a little bit of bullet sounds, but it's okay. But right now, the peace is about to be broken, and that's what I can see. That's for sure. 1952, they're catching a bit of hurt onto themselves. And yeah, Devil Boy's going to be the one to fall down, and he's going to be the first man too. DRS, that's a great opening they really did found, and now they're just going to try to press on it and apply a bit more pressure with the utilities. Rules OG does want to go on top and get a little bit of more information wrapped up, and that's what exactly he does. 1952, though, they're still closing on up little by little. Entry is way too in the front. And as always, Entry might just be the one to first go down. The man is still knocked out from the side of 1952, but there is a chance he might be still revivable. DRS, they're taking two different fights at the same time, but 1952 right now has to be the main target, but no Entry. With the way he was so sneaky, he managed to sneak in an elimination point away, and that was also of Killer YT, one of the most killer personalities in that squad.
Well, let's see how killer these personalities are going to be, though. Another elimination after the first, what has been like 10 minutes of the game. DRS down one player. Gyante is still there, and he's the main man that the opposition will have to worry about. We do see him running up the hill. Entry has the opportunity to just step out and take down the biggest threat from the side of DRS. If Gyante goes down, Delta and Rules, they're going to be running to save their lives, but that is not the case. 1952 showing extreme caution in this fight. And we are back to a standstill.
Yeah. Just one little prank elimination point. They just pranked us. We thought that it's going to be an all-out war between these two teams, but no. None of them want to fight for the supremacy. back to chilling in their houses, camping for the rest of the game, at least if the circle does keep on favoring them. But right now, again, the wall of death is closing in slowly and steadily. In a matter of seconds, we should see the next circle popping up in front of us too. In 7, 6, 5. But again, Skylightz Gaming still in the back, really keeping their distance from this entire scenario that's happening right now. T2K as well can definitely, as you said, they can definitely be one of those teams that can be interesting to watch inside this map. And so far, even they themselves are just keeping on the edge. But unfortunately, the circle takes a big shift down south. Shifts away from a lot of teams. Even Godlike Stalwart now, they'll need to be quick on their feet. Maybe returning back to boot camp can definitely be a good option. And then rerouting their route somewhere in a better spot.
Well, let's see. At this point, I think the better spot is, well, absolutely in the middle of nowhere. Oh, look at that, the DE Warriors. Seems like it's going to be quite easy to gatekeep them.
Yeah.
And so it is. I'm actually feeling extremely weird about this, Necro. I'm going to be honest. I've never seen Sanhok this quiet. This is a map
too.
where teams are supposed to go YOLO. Players are supposed to just like fight it out till the very end, a fight till the death, if you will. But it seems like everyone is quite resilient to do that.
Yeah, it's like everyone's just holding back right now. It's not even that they're not spotting the enemies. They indeed are, but they're just holding their shots at this point. And even that little pet is looking at him and he's like, "Oh my god, what are you doing, man? Just get up and fight, bro." Oh, is he spinning like a fan?
I was just gonna say Beyblade, let it rip.
But yeah, what is that character though? You have any clue?
No.
It looks like
We gave
no,
him a
man.
nickname though.
Beyblade. Just like Transformer, it's a transformable Beyblade. Okay, maybe I take that back. But yeah, again, Elementrix just spotting out the players of WIZZES Club. Elementrix do want to cross on over on the other side of this bridge, but Precious is kind of trapped because he knows even if he does decide to back away from this one, the Wall of Death will of course chip away a decent amount of damage, and he doesn't have any meds available onto himself. Only 5 bandages. Now we'll probably pop in the adrenaline syringe and try to close on up, but again, the Wall of Death is going to be playing a big role in this one. If he wants, he can straight up just drop inside the water, and yes, that's what he exactly does. The most mature option in this sort of scenario. T2K against the players of VENOM Legends, in which VENOM Legends are getting picked apart. Frackboy as well, he's catching a bit of fire against the players of DEADEYES guys, and even Godlike Stalwart. Too many teams against the players of VENOM Legends right now, and they are currently the hot team.
Well, oh, Rick! You can't just do that, man! Stands up out in the open, gets absolutely destroyed for no reason. VENOM Legends, they are trying their level best to gatekeep the players of JyanMaara, but Ghana, look at him taking so much damage from the Blue Zone Legend as well. The boosters are running quite nicely, but are they going to be enough to keep him alive? He has 3 first aid to protect him. And look at that, Godlike Stalwart. They're going to wish that they had held on to their position of boot camp as the zone does move on the edge of boot camp. High voltage in an advantageous situation all of a sudden. Raw as well. It is going to be a fight for that center compound. You do see that on top of the hill in... well, quite close to the center of the zone. Anyone who gets there is going to be sitting at a massive advantage, but it won't be an easy
WIZZES
fight.
Club.
Godlike Stalwart, they lose out on one of their players. And finally, after the start of the game, 18 minutes later is when MABETEX get the trade against the players of Gremlin Storm. Rowdy taken out. Wally could get the second one as well. Fear is going to be brought extremely low, but the DBS in the hands of Fear, the one pump and the dump is going to dump the players of MABETEX on the floor. 2 players knocked out. Baron is going to be the last player remaining. And only one option left, buddy. You have to run for your life.
You can run, but you can't hide, though. I mean, right now, Gremlin Storm, they have the entire control of the vicinity. And yes, as I said, MABETEX Esports getting eliminated from the game. But Godlike Stalwart, I even said this, maybe going back to the boot camp and trying to rethink their decision on how they want to reroute can definitely be a good choice. But Godlike Stalwart, instead, they went for the high ground even more than going for a better position. Which means, of course, they were quite greedy. But now crossing on over out in the open, I don't think so this is going to be a good idea. The players of High Voltage are just waiting for them to step out in the open, and that's what exactly happens. Action in the front, could not even get behind cover. Instantly, the lifeline gets cut off. He is knocked out, though. And look at Godlike Stalwart. Pika has managed to sneak in all the way from the left, and he will try to keep his position and identity anonymous. Now, the only main target for this man has to be to just sneak inside the circle, and that's what he's trying to make it happen. Still, though, 3 players are up and alive for them, or actually just 2 players in which Action and Top are taken down, so 2-star players are not in their lobby anymore.
Well, let's see, Godlike Stalwart, what they can work up to with 2 players. And with this gangster, oh, how lucky is this man for being managing to miss the spray right there. What a wonderful opportunity for the lads of High Voltage. Cry is going to be stepping out in the open as well in a few short moments, and it's going to be quite difficult for him to survive after that.
Speak of being difficult to survive, even Godless now getting his hands on the DBS against the players of WIZZES Club and JyanMaara. In quite a sticky position, definitely, to make it inside the circle. It's going to be a little of a task for them, but they don't have to travel that far away. It is still pretty close, unless the next circle starts moving in pretty quickly. Circle pops up. Now the HP is, of course, going to be deducted into big chunks, and now he cannot afford to stay outside the circle if you don't really have a decent amount of first aids available. And that's what Mafia Ninja realizes and instantly starts booking it inside the circle, too. Snipe YT is now left all by himself while he's taking a lot of damage. He needs to pop in a first aid right now and right here. If he is any more late, he might just get knocked out. And yes, too greedy, Snipe. Didn't realize, didn't focus on his HP, and did get knocked out by the play zone at the end of the day. 1952, still just moving around, hugging the play zone, hoping that maybe someone will walk in their crosshairs. They're trying to be the Guardian Angels. Godlike Stalwart, VENOM Legends, Susan's position compromised, and Pika should be able to shut him down soon enough. And Susan goes down as well. VENOM Legends, they are of course being dismantled, but even the players of Godlike Stalwart, they're in quite a sticky situation.
Well, let's see. Even though it might be sticky, they might be able to slip away if they are extremely careful about it. But look at that. One more team getting eliminated. Elementrix out of nowhere just surviving this aggression. They are moving along with the blue zone. 1952 entry. Oh, as you say, Necro again denied the entry to go anywhere in this game. 1952 down to the last player. Jax stuck in the blue with 3 first aids. Even the opportunity to go for a heal battle is not going to be there for him. 11 teams, 28 players still surviving.
It knows that man's going to fall down no matter what. So RX Jack was just keeping his eyes pinned onto him while he was popping that first aid. But the next circle is definitely shifted out quite interestingly, and WIZZES Club Domain is the only man holding the prime spot inside the circle so far. And he's the only one, the one last man alive, the final glimmer of hope as the next circle pops up once again. It shifts down south, right on top of the compound once again, and now the compound's definitely going to be the center of attraction. A lot of teams will probably try and see if the compound is clear enough or not, but it's only one player, Domain, who's still holding it down. Godlike Stalwart 2 took an exit from the game. Some interesting outings, of course. But right now, this game is definitely shaping up in an interesting way. Elementrix all the way down south. I told you, Johnny, Elementrix is going to be a good choice.
Well, let's see. VENOM Legends. Also an early exit. 7 teams, 18 players still alive, as you mentioned. Elementrix. I mean, the edge-to-edge movement that they have displayed, I think that is about to come to an end because now Raw Official are going to be standing in their way. And Elementrix up until now have just avoided every single fight right in front of them. But DEADEYES guys, sort of the giving Elementrix an opportunity to survive, dropping down 2 players from the side of Raw Official. swinging the numbers in the favor of Elementrix, but Necro, while all of this has been happening, I think the main focus for everyone has to be the team of IHC. Yeah, the fights are going on, but IHC, ladies and gentlemen, what a consistent run they are having, managing to make it to the top 4 yet again. 10 players still remaining, and 4 of them are going to be the lads from IHC. Raw official go ahead and take on the players of Elementrix as well. They do drop the lads from DEADEYES, guys, but it's going to be a 1v1 between Mr. Smokey and Orange is going to be stuck in the blues. Oh no! Should have put on the first one right there.
No,
Goes down
greed.
to the blue zone with 12 first aids on him. So the man who was responsible for the placement points is gone. Now if Bishal picks off Mr. Smoke, Elementrix might get a few extra points. Otherwise, they get eliminated on the 4th position instead of the 3rd.
WIZZES club, though, domain, as I mentioned, this compound's definitely going to be the hot spot, and that's what exactly is happening. I'd see they straight up just ram in, who want to clear in the compound, but domain 2 is doing a great job of repositioning himself over and over again, but the DPS, the one pump gun, will shut that man down. And I'd see they're just dominating this entire grand final so far. At least the first 2 games are being dominated by this team. Raw now, they're just going to try to mop up the solo man survivor around him. And that's the only thing they can try and pull off at this point in time. Because if I'd see they start to move in slowly and steadily, that should be it for every single one inside the lobby. Yep, there we go. Here we go. The domination starts. And now I'd see they're just going to be the cleanup crew. They're here to clean it up, and they will do it in a perfect fashion as well. I'd see so far the perfection has been personified, but they should be able to carry it on over as well. One more man to go. I'd see they're on a man hunt as they know Smokey's behind the rock, and they do smell him. They do smell the fresh blood, and they want to taste it, and they do it at the end of the day. I'd see a back-to-back chicken dinner. Oh.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season Grand Finals, or should we call a finals for IHC to win every single game. As you mentioned, 2 back-to-back wins are just going to swing the advantage in the overall ranking heavily into the favor of the Mongolian Goliaths, and they will just capitalize on that. Look at that. And the elimination numbers might not be that great, just 8 eliminations, but 23 points secured from this particular match. Let's see what the impact is going to be. We will have the overall rankings on our screens in a bit, but what a run. What an incredible run from these 4 players.
Oh boy, IHC. What is this? This is IHC that is just really perfect in all the aspects of the game. Not just the firepower, even the strategical standpoint, the way they're thinking the rotations out. It's just perfection personified. As I mentioned during the cast, IHC, they have excelled in all the boxes so far. Every single box, it's a tick right now, at least in the first 2 games. But we still don't know what the future holds.
Yeah, we don't know what the future holds, but I guess maybe it will hold another win for the lads of IHC. But for now, we're going to take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
सो सम्झाउन गाह्रो हुन्थ्यो स्पेसली ठ्याक्क एक्सिडेन्ट भएको थियो त्यो एक्सिडेन्ट मैले आई लस्ट माई फिङ्गर फलोवर्सहरू सपोर्टर्सहरू भयो जसरी पाएँ डाउन द रोड म एउटा न एउटा केही न केही त निकाल्छु जियोस् म अहिले जहाँ छु एकदमै ह्याप्पी छु मलाई चाहिँ एउटा अपर्च्युनिटी के पायो भन्दाखेरि मलाई जसरी फाइदा हुन्छ मलाई जसरी लाइफले आई मिन यो हुन्छ नि स्पोर्ट्सबाट मैले के गर्न सक्छु भन्ने कस्तो भन्दाखेरि बच्चैदेखि मलाई फेमस हुन मन लाग्ने भनौँ न अनि यस्तोलाई सोचेँ हो त भने नि मिस्टर माथि थप्यो अगाडि
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022 Brought to you by the OPEF 21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me once again. 2 games done and dusted. And in both those matches, we had the same winners, the players from the side of IHC. It looks like, as we mentioned, every single time when this team used to be called Zeus Esports, I would say one thing. I mean, they are the gods of thunder, dropping thunder upon the peasants, that is the other teams in front of them. And I guess even though the name has changed, the old habits are not going to go away. But we do have the MVP of this game. That is going to be True Love from the lineup of the DEADEYES guys. 3 eliminations, but 636 damage dished out all alone.
Again, I think so. We need it. We need Kratos in here, man, to stop Zeus. Where's Kratos? We need him. But again, right now, DEADEYES guys.
Their name.
Yeah, I mean, Kratos can definitely be a cool name, right? Kratos. I guess for an org, maybe. If you guys do like the idea, you guys can steal it. I won't mind. It's okay. But again, player focus in front of us. As we have Slipknot on the second one with 4 elimination points and the damage number of 452. Godless with 3 elimination points and a 481 damage dealt. Then you have Jiggle coming in with 3 elimination points and 487. Gunner with 3 elimination points and 421. So a little bit of variety, of course, inside the player focus. It seemed like a lot of individual player had some good performances, but I'd see that previous game, it was not a big they were not really going for the elimination points. Instead, they were being mature enough and trying to go for the win, and I love it. I love this sort of a mentality. That's why I said right now, so far, they're taken up in all the boxes. They are doing really good when it comes to rotation. The strategical approach inside the game has been perfect so far, at least in the first 2 games. But as I also said, you never know what the future holds for us.
Yeah. I mean, who would have thought that in this particular match we would see another win for the players of IHC? Who would have thought that we would see a trade between 2 teams that fought within the first minute of the game happen in the 18th minute of the match? So it is quite hard to predict how these lads are going to play their matches and what is going through their heads. But one thing is going to be quite easy to predict, and that is that IHC for now is going to be number 1 in our rankings. 23 points to them. Raw Official on the second with 19. Elementrix on the third with 12. Just 2 eliminations secured, but the placement point game was what was keeping them in this matchup. But look at JyanMaara. Look at them, right? 1 placement point, 8 eliminations, make it to the top 4. And they make it look easy.
Ow, Johnny, you just yelled into my ears.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I mean, it's understandable. Yeah, it's quite exciting.
Hype!
Hype! Hype in the chat. But Johnny, speaking of hype, I really wanted to ask you, what is the full form of F?
F?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I think this comes from a meme from another game, wherein you're at a funeral, you're supposed to press F to pay respects.
Interesting.
And that is where it started from, like press F to pay respect, press F, and
I
then
remember.
It just became F in the chat.
I remember.
Yeah, so
I remember now.
Like, yeah, gamers do just tend to make their own language, and in our language, in the gamer terminology, in the gamer phrases, F just means respect.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was definitely an interesting one. Where JyanMaara just put the final nail in the coffin and took out the player. Pika just completely ran outside the window, shut the player down, and kept his momentum going inside the game. But unfortunately, Godlike Stalwart, that late rotation inside the bootcamp area really didn't work out for them. They should have tried to pull it off early enough, but way too late to do that, man. And that's what the players Godlike Stalwart should have realized a bit before. But it's okay. Damage graph in front of us, as you do see IHC with, of course, 8 elimination points and 1185 damage wrapped up. Raw with 7 elimination points and 1164 damage wrapped up. Elementrix with 2 elimination points and 424 damage. So DEADEYES guys and JyanMaara, they definitely went quite ham, but unfortunately these teams were not really able to survive inside the top 3 situation. And JyanMaara, though, one thing I gotta say for sure, they are looking pretty aggressive.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, for sure, 1100 damage, 1100 plus damage, and if we do not call them aggressive, like, I don't think there is another word we can use for that. But Yeah, it was a pretty intense game, especially considering up until the late game stages, we did not have a lot of action. That means a lot of bodies were lying around in Sanhok, and a lot of snakes were crawling around, to be a little bit more precise. JyanMaara this time having a wonderful run, as we mentioned, and as we had a look in the match rankings as well, 8 eliminations, just pushing them up to the top 4. On the other side, we did see, I mean, on the opposite end of the spectrum are going to be the players from the side of WIZZES Club. WIZZES Club went on to secure 8 placement points, but they did not have any eliminations, because of which they ended up finishing outside the top 5 for this game. So you have to keep in mind, and look at that, they did dish out. It wasn't like they weren't being part of the fight. They were being part of the aggression, but their eliminations, I don't know where they went.
But the overall rankings are finally in front of us, and there you go, Johnny. Just like the way I made the comeback in predictions, I'd see, even though they were in the 3rd spot, they still made a comeback against the players Godlike Stalwart.
Yeah. But, Necro, now we are about to move to what, I mean, usually is the first game of every single tournament, every single day. I mean, the Erangel is where things begin, but this time around we have started on Miramar, so we are also not taking the usual path that we do. But what do you think is the possibility or the probability of IHC actually starting off with the hat-trick?
I think so. There's quite a lot, honestly. I'm not going to lie. I think so. The chances are, or the possibility is actually massive.
Wow.
And the odds are stacked with them too, because so far the momentum they've gained, it's incredible. It's like right now they've already had a big rocket start. Rocket start is an understatement with the way IHC have kicked things off over here. Back-to-back 2 chicken dinners, in which the first game they got 27, the second they got 23. That's incredible. Now you're going to move on to Erangel, in which IHC they have been pretty phenomenal too. So, yeah, the odds are pretty great for them, honestly. If they do want to go for the back-to-back, then they can, unless some unfortunate circumstances. As I said, you never know what the future holds for you, unless if it's a complete Southern Circle, in which IHC are screwed big time because they drop all the way on the northern side in Georgepol.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite intense, as you mentioned. I mean, the 2 rivals on the extremities of the map. One in nowhere up north, the other up in Georgepol, and we do have a 2-0 sort of between the 2 teams right now. But that is exactly what I was about to come to. It is Erangel, and on Erangel, it is where Godlike Stalwart usually kick things off. So if you were to ask me what my prediction is going to be for this game, even though they haven't really performed to our expectation, I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart for an Erangel win. What about you?
I'm going to go with DE Warriors.
Oh, all right. So both of us are just hoping that the zone moves and onto the military island, right?
Yeah, okay, look, I really did go with DE Warriors, but I honestly want IHC to win.
Yeah, same.
Is it weird? Is it weird?
No, same. I mean, I did go for a prediction for Godlike Stalwart because I feel like, I mean, this is where they are the most comfortable for the first game. I mean, Miramar is their strongest map, but you know, sometimes even the smallest things can throw your game off. I mean, you always show up to the finals thinking, all right, it's the first Erangel, we're going to warm up on this. Second game is going to be Miramar, we're going to be ready for our best map. But all of a sudden, you're forced to play your best map out of order. You're forced to play your best map at the start. Instead of getting warmed up, you bomb that game. And in the very next game, just because of how underconfident you are feeling, you are not able to perform on Sanhok as well. But then, finally, the Erangel rolls around, the map that you have been waiting for, and you have to make sure that you make this count. So, Godlike Stalwart, I feel like they are waiting for this opportunity, but I also feel like IHC Esports will do whatever it takes to secure this hat-trick and to send a statement to everyone, including us who have been praising Godlike Stalwart since they were beaten by praising Godlike Stalwart since they were the ones who beat IHC Esports back in the day and have been continuing to do so throughout the months and the years that have passed by. I think this is about setting a statement. This is about making a statement to the entirety of South Asia that IHC, they aren't back. They never left to begin with.
Exactly. They never left to begin with in the first place. And now they've just came back with a little bit more upgrades. It's just like IHC. Yeah, I don't know, man. Right now, IHC's stacked up lineup, and so far they have seemed to find a nice rhythm inside the lobby. And as you said, they also have some substitutes that can be pretty deadly as well. Sanchir is still sitting in the back, and Sanchir used to play in the past for Savage Esports. Yeah, and now he's being signed under this banner, and we know every single individual, even from the side of Savage Esports, was really skilled. Just the only thing they lacked was the team synergy, unfortunately. But it's okay. Maybe he's found himself a sweet spot inside IHC, but he's still the fifth man who is sitting in the back. And sometimes if IHC do want to go ahead and experiment around, that's when Sanhok comes through. But again, Johnny, now we had this talk about IHC and Godlike Stalwart for a really long time, but we need to talk about DE Warriors as well. And I feel like this is a team that we've at least touched on, at least inside the grand finals, because there's a big chance it might just be the similar type of story with what used to be the case with the players of Seal, right? Where Seal would dominate the entire league stage, and then later on in the grand finals, you would see a big drop-off in the performance. That might just be the case with the players of DE Warriors too. What do you think? Because they are the rookies. Okay, hold on. They are the rookies. Do they have another plan ready to be executed inside the grand finals?
See, that's the place where you're wrong. DE Warriors are anything but a bunch of rookies, right? I looked into these players. They have been performing in their own region. They have gone toe-to-toe with, I mean, on this stage, we can call them rookies because they have presented themselves for the first time. But they were the ones who were part of the closest competition against the players of Astra Academy back in the day for the PMPL wildcard back then, which is where Astra Academy actually qualified from for the championship stages. The first time we saw this lineup of Action Top and Pika. So that is where these players come from, and I think it is a revenge story for them, because what the reputation that Godlike Stalwart, the players from Godlike Stalwart, the reputation that they have built up for themselves, all of that came from that one performance, one bad performance from these set of players, and they are trying to redeem themselves right now, and this is going to be their opportunity. But in order to capitalize, they have to make sure that they deliver the same results that Astra Academy did, that Godlike Stalwart have been doing time and time again. So consistency is going to be required. But ladies and gentlemen, the trajectory of the plane, you guys all saw it for yourselves, starting from Lipovka, going all the way towards Northern Georgia Pole, somewhere between Zarki and Northern Georgia Pole. So leaning heavily towards the northern side of the map. And the circle, this time we're going to get a Gutka circle. And I'm gutted because of this, because this means we're going to have a very slow mid-game.
Yeah. This is going to be a little bit of podcast hours, and I'm honestly down for it. I have a lot to talk about this DEW and overall their history and their past. Now, you brought it up. I completely understand. Of course, these four players have been playing under some experienced banners too in the past as well. But as you said, they haven't really faced this sort of a stage ever in the past, and they might have the experience, fighting against some of the best teams without a doubt. But how are they really supposed to just okay, well, I'm sorry, I just all right, well, this is interesting. DEW already off to an interesting start where they have lost out on one of the players, and now they're also being hunted down by the players at Raw. Raw are, of course, the ruthless, aggressive warriors in which they just want to hunt him down and stop him right in their tracks. And Raw so far is just surrounding him, but I don't think so challenging the fights further ahead is going to be a good idea, because all the three players are inside a little compound in which they should have their hands on the guns. So Raw will probably now look to back off from this one, and this is a wise option. But getting back to what I was exactly saying was, Seal Esports. Now, if you do talk about this team, all the four players have been quite experienced in these type of lobby, and they've always faced this type of heat in the past as well. In the league stage, a phenomenal team, but for some reason in the grand finals, they always tend to fall off. And this, I'm just saying, I'm not saying this is going to be the exact same story with the players at DEW, but I'm saying this might be the possibility as well, because we haven't seen them fight in this sort of a stage in the past. This is, of course, the biggest stage they've been so far over here, and I'm pretty sure they're here to give it their best, and they probably will try to, but unfortunately inside this game, the start they wanted is not really there. They will need to kick things off with just a three-man squad, in which things will, of course, be stacked against them. All the strats they have practiced with a four-man squad, now they will need to try and execute, or at least find a way to execute those strats with just a three-man, in which these teams are quite well known on how to do that as well. They are quite used to settling down, settling pretty well to the circumstances, and they should be able to adapt to it pretty well. East was taken out. They still have Sneaks, Doc, and Nirzed, and Doc and Nirzed, they have been the star players, they have been the pop-off players for this team. As long as they're alive, the hope's alive. in the game. And DE Warriors, so far, they still haven't found themselves a place to call it home. They're still homeless, still just moving around, rotating around, going for a better spot. But they are running between a lot of risk currently in the lobby. Yeah, Elementrix, they did spot a little glimmer off the players at DEW, but they're just going to be let go for now. No smoke wanted. Elementrix will take their time in looting and hoping that maybe they will win this game. But teams that are really hoping for the best over here is 1952 in league stage in week 1. A fantastic performance. But then later on, we haven't seen any sort of replication, or not even close to a replication to the performance they showed in the week 1. So the downfall has definitely been there. But the players at DEW, they're still rotating down south all the way in Military Island. This is interesting. They're way too late for that Military Island push. And now they're finally making it happen. So DEW, they really do want to start off with a comfort spot. We're what, like 5 minutes in the game? And they still haven't found a comfortable amount of loot for themselves. So this is going to be a little bit of disadvantageous start for that team. Raw getting shot at, Slipknot. The buggy's tires are being blown away. Where Slipknot realizes he might just catch a bit of fire if he doesn't keep himself safe and anonymous inside this house. Even around, the players of DEADEYES guys are quite close, so you cannot afford to just peek your heads out. Playing it safely has to be the name of the game. And currently, 3 teams that are way too close for each other is Raw, MABETEX, and DEADEYES guys. These 3 teams are right in the smack center, right next to each other. 1952 as well is now starting to move in from down south. So I really want to see what sort of a outcome this is going to be for the future games.
Ooh. Quite an unfortunate start for the players of the Warriors.
Yep.
And I guess now Raw official are just going to suffer the same impact. But no, they managed to get away. Oh, shots do connect though. HP quite low on the lad. Still managing to avoid the collision against the players of Gremlin Storm. Quite lucky, I have to say. We were talking about the Warriors, what they need to do and how they need to play. In fact, how they play.
Yeah,
rather.
and what are the chances? And yeah, I guess, Johnny, these are the chances, man. It's looking grim.
Yeah.
But Johnny, if you had to pick a team who was all the way or who barely qualified on the 16th to, I guess, 12th, which team would you pick? Which team has a chance to be remotely close to being in top 5?
From the 16th to the 12th, you said.
Yeah.
I would say VENOM Legends.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They had an
I-
incredible start in the first game.
I would say JyanMaara.
It's a JyanMaara? All
Yeah.
right.
I think so. JyanMaara really has the potential. VENOM Legends, the games that they won, I understand, yeah, they've had an interesting run, of course, as well. But the games that they won, I really do feel like those games were really just thrown into their basket.
I wouldn't say that.
I mean, yeah, if you're trying to be nice.
No. I think VENOM Legends definitely, I genuinely feel they have a lot of potential.
They do, yeah, without a doubt. But we're speaking about the games that they won. You remember that Miramar game in which VENOM Legends won? I don't exactly remember what week it was. But if I'm not wrong, it was the 4 players of DEADEYES guys against 2 players of VENOM Legends, in which they freaked out big time. DEADEYES guys, they just completely choked that fight. They just choked it.
I remember.
Yeah, and that's when VENOM Legends just got the biggest chance of winning that game, and they just sealed the deal on that one.
I feel like they never really had an opportunity to build up their confidence. I feel like that is the problem with VENOM Legends. Uh,
Yeah.
Usually teams, when they have those consistent runs, when they do put on those consistent performances, that is when they become a little bit more self-confident. They become a little bit more self-aware, and they start performing better, more consistently, without the luck factor being involved. But VENOM Legends, I think that's the sad part as well. The moment they have a great game, the next one they are going to be the most unlucky team in the entire lobby. Something will go horribly wrong for them, and they won't get that consistent result that they are looking for. So that is something that I think they do struggle with. Like, even for now, I mean, this game, it looks like they have a decent possibility playing from the eastern edge of the zone right now. VENOM Legends I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. So this, I believe, is going to be quite a decent game for them. But if this goes well, if they manage to finish in the top 3 in this one, they're going to be eliminated like in the bottom 3 in the next one. It's just unlucky. That's what VENOM Legends are. They just get unlucky,
But
the most often. Yeah.
But again, I would say still the unlucky factor is equally distributed with all the teams. Any single team can be unlucky. It's just about how you position yourself and how you find yourself into those unlucky scenarios.
True.
If you agree with that. Because, again, as I said, unluck is equally divided. Maybe there's a little chance, but I'm going to hold on to my words and speak of unluck. That's a big unluck moment. Deadeye's guys. Oh, don't go for the thirst.
No.
Oh, that could have been an easy elimination point. You could have wrapped up too if Memo just kept on shooting at the vehicle. But greed is bad, ladies and gentlemen, and this is why you should never be greedy. You could have gone two, honestly.
Exactly. That is why I'm like so pissed right now. Memo, extra point, could have been there, could have had 3 eliminations for his team, but no worries though. Now they know they've dwindled down 2 teams' numbers. Now they know which teams they can go all in on, just YOLO the entire fight. Because they will have the advantage. Memo's still out in the open, so this is quite risky. His teammates should have a line of fire available to protect him in case something goes horribly wrong. The players of DEADEYES guys are waiting for him on the other side. They expect a 4v3 situation. Oh, perfect position for Memo to actually secure a knock and make sure the entirety of DEADEYES guys goes down in the next collision. Let's see how this is going to go. Sees True Love, shots connect, and Memo is going to be knocked out. The trade coming in for the players of DE.
The trade's definitely there, but Gremlin Storm so far. As Memo did go down, Rowdy will try to close on up and get the fallen player back up, and that's what he's doing. But so far, in the circle too, teams are just waiting for the next circle to pop up. And it should in a matter of seconds. In 5 seconds more, the circle should reveal its intentions, and really the team should be able to understand where exactly the circle is going to start to close in from. But yeah, the circle is going to shift on the left side, right on top of Quarry, in which the players of Elementrix have found themselves in a really good spot. MABETEX is really close too. DEADEYES guys are right on top of them. Oh, this is going to be a chaotic ending, Johnny. I can already feel it.
Yeah, it's going to be quite chaotic. The zone really not caring about anyone. And it's been a while since we have seen a final circle towards Query as well. So I'm actually quite excited for that. Does favor quite heavily the squad of Elementrix, since they are going to be the first ones there. The shortest rotation from Fairy Pier to Query. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! From a game of PUBG Mobile, we all of a sudden have entered Death Race, ladies and gentlemen. Memo.
Yeah.
See Frag Boy in front of him. And it did, in fact, see the entirety of, I believe it was JyanMaara, just drive across the field. Now he's wondering which team does this individual belong to. Switch the seat and just shoot.
Oh my god, someone play Empty Bed. Have you ever heard that song? It's a really good chase song.
Oh, what is going on?
What is
going
this? I told you it's going to be a complete chaos in the end, and that's what we're being set up for. Soon enough, Elementrix and JyanMaara are really close to each other. MABETEX, too, is right around the corner. But they're so far in a really good spot. The next circle is just again creating that mysterious aura. The MG3 as well is available inside the game. At least someone's using it. Did hear a little bit of a glimmer of that gun. But right now, Gremlin Storm and Elementrix, this might just be the hot shot right here. And Gremlin Storm too, they're taking things quite cautiously. They don't just want to run in like headless chicken. Instead, they want to be cautious a bit more. DRS, all the 4 players around in this vicinity. 1 player's in the back, which is the player Skylightz Gaming. For Skylightz Gaming to breach through DRS's defense, it might just be next to impossible because DRS, they're really good at holding the lines down.
Oh yeah, I completely agree with that. DRS definitely one of the better defensive teams inside of this game right now. But this is going to be quite intense. Elementrix taking on the players of Gremlin Storm, while VENOM Legends watch from the distance. Shots connected. Dictator dropped down to around 70 HP. Memo with the nades is going to try and see if he can get a few knocks on the lads of Elementrix. Rowdy kind of in the perfect position to take down the flank from Orange, or in fact, stop it in its tracks. A lot of utility exchange between the two lineups without any knocks secured so far. But let's see where the next zone is going to go. Oh, a hard shift up north changes everything from both these two teams. And now they're going to be wondering, have we made a mistake committing to their spot this early in the game?
IHC again in a prime spot?
Yep.
Oh, IHC, are we going to see a hat trick here? They are right in the smack center in one of the best spots they can ask for, but that means it can also be the center of attraction. And these type of final moments, you really don't want to be in the center of attraction, that's for sure. But now the gunshots are just all over the board. Fights are happening all across, and walk inside any sort of unknown territory will pretty much be stepping inside your own death trap, and that's what happens with the players of 1952. They step inside an unknown territory where they're sort of getting picked off, but no, they flip the tables against the players of Elementrix, in which now Elementrix are falling off. Precious is going to be the last wall to breach through, and it shouldn't be that tough to take him down as well, to put the final nail in the coffin to stop the fairy tale of Elementrix inside this game. But they are given a chance to try and recover.
Well, let's see though. I mean, I don't think it's going to be possible. One nade from Jackson, it's going to be done and dusted. But he lobs it in the wrong direction. Oh no! He has a wrong read of where the players of Elementrix are. And that is just absolutely brutal. But for the first time, Entry chimes in and goes for the finishes on the players of Elementrix. There it is, Elementrix, the first team to be eliminated. And it is the players from 1952 who stand up tall right over their graves, just enjoying the spoils of their victory. On the other side, DEADEYES, guys, they did lose one of their players out in the early rotation, but the trade has come their way. JyanMaara capitalizing on the fact that they were lurking in the shadows right behind the lads of 1952, do in fact drop a few bodies and secure a few points for themselves as well.
Speak of securing a few points right now, I mean, 1952, the way they flipped the odds against the players of Elementrix, that was quite impressive, that's for sure. 3 players left alive, for which 1952, this situation is definitely winnable. Even DEW, they're still able to stay alive with just a 3-man squad. The rotations have been quite phenomenal from their side, but with just the 3-man to try and play or find yourself in a better spot inside the circle for the later game phases is going to be quite tough, because you will need to fight your way in. Godlike Stalwart, speak of fighting their way in, that's what they're here to do against the players of DEADEYES, guys. DEADEYES, guys, know a full squad is now approaching them, and this might just be a bigger storm approaching. Before now, it's the calm before the storm. And DEADEYES, guys, they're getting prepped up for it.
Let's see. Joker. Oh, Pika, he makes it, but Joker with a nade. Can he secure the knock? Pika is going to be safe behind the wall. Joker has to be extremely careful, because now, if he makes a single mistake, the full brunt of Stalwart Esports wrath, that is what he's going to have to go up against. That's not going to be easy for him. On the other side, DRS getting destroyed by the players of Raw Official Gremlin Storm against the players of 1952. A multitude of fights happening out in the open as well, but Godlike Stalwart. Yeah.
This is quite interesting. Okay, MABETEX got eliminated, but
Yep.
what I'm looking at the map feed right now, Johnny, is DEW and the way they're playing. Nearzed is all the way up north, right next to high voltage, while the rest two players are down south. That is a big split.
Yeah.
And I think so it is organized too. I don't think so it's just unorganized. I think so this is planned, but I don't know what they're really planning for here.
But look who's in the center.
I see, yeah, once again, the circle just keeps on favoring them.
Oh, man.
The PUBG gods really do want this team to come out on top, and I'd see, yeah. The stars are definitely aligned for them. It's just their time to put on a stellar performance.
Yeah.
And they probably will be able to do so if the circle keeps on favoring them just like this, the way it's doing right now. But you never know, man.
I think it's going to be
circle-
more than the circle, though. It's the fact
Yeah.
that the zone is out in the open. It's the fact that, yes, the zone is upon them, but also the other teams are just going to fight it out, dwindle down each other's numbers, just make the closing moments of the game a little bit easier for the players of IHC. If
Yeah,
this keeps on
uh-oh.
happening, it's going to be quite difficult for the other teams to actually challenge them on the overall leaderboard until tomorrow. But let's see, the Warriors losing out on one of their players, and as you mentioned, the wide split play not really working out for them.
Yeah, the wide split definitely not working out, but still two players are up and alive, Shawnee, in which Nearzed and Sneaks is alive still. So technically that wide split, I would say it was more kind of like a position solidified type of deal on the northern side, which Nearzed did a good job in just holding the ground. But right now, JyanMaara is getting pounced on top of the players by the players of Godlike Stalwart. They're like the prowlers, and they will prowl on top of him. Easily taken down JyanMaara, and now no fear, and Waruji to go. As Waruji is quite hurt too, and the wall of death should flush him out soon enough off its spot, and that's what exactly happens. Godlike Stalwart, they spot a little glimmer, but they instead decide to exit out of the vehicle. How are they going to try to make it in without any sort of vehicles available? And all of them are just going to stack inside one single car. This can definitely be an interesting outcome. I feel like Godlike Stalwart in a really tricky spot to be with, and too many angles to try and deal with, but they still are up with all the four players, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, from the worst position possible, Godlike Stalwart all of a sudden are displaying their best possible play. And that is what they will have to do consistently till the very end if they want to win. But no, they come up against IHC. We are seeing the trades happen on the feed, ladies and gentlemen. Action is going to be taken care of by IC, and top dropped as the third party is going to be there from the players of WIZZES Club. Demo is going to be finished off by Pika, so IHC are losing their players as well. And WIZZES Club Octopus did in fact lob a few nades on the players of DE into the shack. Wasn't able to secure a finish though. Alex is gonna go ahead and pick off Pika from the side of Godlike Stalwart. I am trying my level best to keep a track of between IHC and Godlike Stalwart, who is up and who has gone down. And I think IHC, they're gonna be down to the last player.
Oh, that
Scry
blows.
left standing. Scry and Top are the two players left standing. Action and Pika have been finished off, and look at that, Scry. In fact, it is just Scry left standing. Top is gone. One player left from Godlike Stalwart.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'd see they have three players, Alex, Godless, and IC if I'm not wrong. So Demo is being the casualty, but it's completely okay. But look at T2K. All this time, they've been slipping under the radar, and they've been doing their work. And so far, it's working out. All the four players, they have a big man advantage in these type of scenarios. This can really help them secure a victory. VENOM Legends too, out the gate from 8 on 8 spot. DEADEYES guys, Turulov is all by himself in a little bit of shack. And he will need to try and keep his position in known too, but it's already known. It's way too late. He will need to try and go through the entire squad of WIZZES Club, in which WIZZES Club, of course, they have a big man advantage. And going through them, it's going to be next to impossible at this point. So Turulov, a do-or-die moment for this man. A 1v4 indeed, in which he will probably get shot at from some different angles, and he eventually gets taken down by Gremlin Storm. Rowdy, who was in the back, puts the full stop to the fairy tale, and T2K, even they themselves lose out on one player, which is Rig. Rig out the fray, 3 players more to go.
Well, let's see, 16 players still surviving in this game. Sandesh from the side of T2K. It looks like has been spotted out by Jiggle from High Voltage, but High Voltage, they have to be extremely careful, because from the rear, the players from the side of IHC are headed in their direction, and it's not going to be an easy fight against a team that is on fire right now. Assassin is going to reposition himself. The aggression from the rear is going to be ignored, and all the firepower is going to be redirected into stopping the players of IHC. Scribe with the flank can also be the game changer, but he has to be careful. Otherwise, he's going to be the one going down.
Yeah.
Gremlin Storm against WIZZES Club. 2 picks, and Gremlin Storm are going to be the one, though, taken out of the game.
I mean, currently he's sandwiched, not in a good spot to be with in the first place, because of in between the players of High Voltage and IHC. As WIZZES Club, they're getting dismantled slowly and steadily. T2K, these nades are really on the mark, and they're making it hurt once again. WIZZES Club, they do want to strike back, and they do want to just sting them. And they have managed to find one, but they're getting shot at from Sandesh. Sandesh plays that perfectly. The nade as well is going to be tossed in to perfection. And look at Praveen. Oh my god, this is so close. What is going on? He has no clue that Praveen is so close. And High Voltage. They eventually hear the snake crawling, and they put the full stop. They put the nail in the coffin as we have High Voltage, IHC, and T2K to go. 3 teams in which IHC is looking to name 3 chicken dinners back to back. Is that going to be happening or not?
Well,
IHC here to get a hat trick. High Voltage is going to be the biggest thorn in their way, but they still find the opening somehow. High Voltage, ooh, that Groza definitely is stinging quite hard.
Well, High Voltage, not a lot you can do if you are going to keep on ignoring players like that. Let's see, it's a 3v4 situation for the lads of High Voltage, as well, 3v6 situation, as they will have to take on their 3 players from High Voltage and 3 players from the side of T2K. IHC, the possibility of a hat trick is going to be there, as Legend has been pointed out, quite isolated from his entire team. He does deliver, though, takes care of Assassin from the side of High Voltage, and IC is going to thank him, just peppering him down with bullets, dropping him down to around 10 HP. One after the other, the players of IHC and T2K are just running around, shooting whoever they see. It's a 3v2 situation between the 2 biggest names inside of this lobby right now. Either it is going to be IHC walking away with a hat-trick win, or Jiggle from the side of High Voltage can be the game changer. IHC, look at him, finding the opening. Legend is going to be dropped down. The finish is going to be secured as well. 7 eliminations secured by the players of IHC. And the revive is going to be given. Yes, it is a possibility of a hat-trick winner. Chicken dinner. Sandesh is going to be dropped as well. T2K down to the last surviving player. It's just Jane remaining. 1 player from the side of High Voltage as well, and 3 from the side of IHC. Jane hiding behind the buggy. Nowhere left to go. Alex with a nade is just going to try and blow him up. Godless is going to be dropped again, but Jane is surviving with a sliver of HP. Jiggle has been poured out as well. And yes, Necro, you were right. It is going to be a hat-trick win for the players of IHC. We're just waiting for them to finish it up. And there it is. Down to the final 2 teams. 9 eliminations. Last player against these 2 lads. And there it is, Jane. Still presenting it. Can he pull up a 1v2? If he does, I'm gonna go berserk.
Oh, it's there, it's there, it's there. It's IHC's world. It's IHC's world, and we're just living in it. IHC with a back-to-back 3-game chicken dinner.
React, please. Demo, do something. He's just sitting there.
Inhuman. Oh my god.
What is this team?
How do you go from 0 to 100 that quickly? How? IHC!
My question is, well, like, they won a hat-trick, right? This was their hat-trick. Demo is sitting there. Godless has, like, left the building at this point. He's like, yeah, I got killed. I'm just gonna go chill, grab some water. This level of confidence these guys have. Look at that. What a win! What a day, in fact.
Oh boy, what? Oh, this Zeus is back, man. Zeus is back.
They never left.
To pull off. Technically, they never left.
They never left.
Technically, they did in 1 season, in 1 PMPL, if you remember. Technically, they did.
I mean, they were just forced on the sideline. I mean, I guess Godlike Stalwart was like, all right, give us some of the limelight. But yes, the boys are back. We're going to take a very short break because, like, yeah, we need some water as well after that one. But, ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, we do.
do make sure that you're not going anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, maybe back-to-back 4.
सो सम्झाउन गाह्रो हुन्छ स्पेसली ठ्याक्क एक्सिडेन्ट भएको त्यो एक्सिडेन्ट मैले आई लस्ट माई फिङ्गर फलोवर्सहरू सपोर्टर्सहरू भयो जसरी पाएँ डाउन द रोड म एउटा न एउटा केही न केही त निकाल्छु जिरोस म अहिले जहाँ छु एकदमै ह्याप्पी छु मलाई चाहिँ एउटा अपर्च्युनिटी के पायो भन्दाखेरि मलाई जसरी फाइदा हुन्छ मलाई जसरी लाइफले आई मिन यो हुन्छ नि स्पोर्ट्सबाट मैले के गर्न सक्छु भन्ने कस्तो भन्दाखेरि बच्चैदेखि मलाई फेमस हुन मन लाग्ने भनौँ न यस्तोलाई सोचेँ हो त भने नि बस मिस्टर माथि थप्यो अगाडि
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to whatever the finals are going to be called. I'm just going to call it the day of IHC, the PMPL IHC finals, I guess we're going to call it now, instead of the grand finals, because it just seems they are owning this stage of this tournament. Brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And why didn't either of us pick IHC, Necro?
I don't know, man. Maybe I want to go back-to-back 4 now at this point. But you want to know the funny part? As soon as we pick IHC, they're not going to win.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's what I'm scared of too, man. But oh my god, that game. I'm sorry if I just ripped someone's ears, but that was a moment that is just, I don't even know, man. It's a I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm just really happy to see IHC back in business.
Yeah. I mean, back in business, back in action.
I'm just speechless at this point.
I don't know. We've been praising them for 2 games. I don't think I have anything left to say apart from, yeah, this team's good. That's it. They're good.
Yeah.
They're very good.
Just, they're very good. Yeah, they're really good, man. Nothing can be said. I'm just speechless at this point. Alex, I said Alex has been looking kind of lost, but okay. He just shuts my mouth right then and there. Okay, I mean, Alex is back in the form too, and the entire team of IHC. With 6 elimination points and damage number of 774. This is interesting. Then you have T2K as well, but okay. Shifting away the limelight a little bit from IHC to T2K, and I feel like even this is not a bad way for T2K to start the first day off.
Yeah. I mean, Train to Kill, I mean, yeah, I agree. It is not a bad start to the finals, but I mean, from what we were told and from how they were performing in the recent tournaments, we expected a little bit more, but alrighty, no worries. They showed up a little bit late to the party, but at least they are finally here. And in this last situation as well, I actually thought Train to Kill had a possibility of just standing in front of IHC and denying them the win. All they had to do was just like ignore the players of high voltage and just commit completely to the fight against IHC. But that little bit of hesitation was the reason that they were stopped in their tracks. We do have IHC again finishing off with 25 points in this particular match. Train to Kill on the second with 20 points. High voltage finishing with 16 points, 6 eliminations to them. Godlike Stalwart. This was the game where they were supposed to outshine the competition and bring themselves back into the contention for the trophy, but they barely managed 11 points.
IHC at this point, everyone is like, every single team that has been really close to them to win this game, they're just like, it's only a game. Why you have to be... You remember that meme?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I do.
IHC's like, it's only a game. Why do you have to be mad? It's okay. While they're over here just dominating everything. Non-stop action from this team, man. Oh, boy. What is this? IHC. Inhuman competitors, the full form of IHC.
That is just perfect right there. That has to be the new sort of
Full
I
form.
guess, full
Inhuman
form for
competitors. Come on,
IHC.
IHC, if you're hearing me, full
Change
form
it.
is that. Change it. Come on, Inhuman competitors. It actually sounds pretty cool too.
So the good thing is we do have quite a lot of conversations with their manager. Maybe
you
we're
did?
gonna. Yeah. He's a friend, good friend of mine. So
Oh, really?
yeah,
Yo, why don't you set me up too, man?
we are gonna try and see if we can get them to give their thoughts on this particular run. Because oh boy, this is not what we expected. I mean, I expected IHC to put up a tough competition against the players of Godlike Stalwart, and I did expect them to like. So the IHC winning is not a surprise, but the hat-trick win and to completely shut down Godlike Stalwart, that is what is surprising. Because Godlike Stalwart, look at that. 142 after 3 games, 3 chicken dinners, all to the players of IHC. Godlike Stalwart is on the second with 103
Already
points.
lead.
That is already a massive lead. And the only way this is going to go away is if IHC makes a massive blunder. But also, while all of this has been happening, while IHC have been grabbing all our attention, kudos to the players of High Voltage.
Yeah, they've moved up 3 spots.
Yes.
But it's still really close, though. I wouldn't say, yeah, I mean, again, next game, if DEADEYES guys have a decent one and High Voltage unfortunately slip away, so this can indeed just be completely done, right? But, again, I don't know what to say, man. As I said, this entire Grand Finals have been holding a big mysterious aura since the league stage. I've been saying this, and I still feel like there are going to be a couple of more things that we are still waiting to be revealed, and they should be revealed on day 2. What do you say? Day 2 is usually the day where action is even more intense, and day 1 is the day for some of the top teams to just gain the lead and make sure they're outside of that danger zone.
And it's the opening day, the day of comebacks, and then the day of chaos. That's going to be the last day that, or in fact, what we expect to happen.
It's lovely to see.
Yeah, 75 points secured from just 3 matches. Talk about impressive things.
Yeah, I mean, still waiting for Miramar, by the way.
Yeah, so I don't think they're gonna get the next game. If they do, I think I'm just gonna get IHC tattooed somewhere.
Okay, so is that a statement you're making?
Yeah,
for real?
maybe.
You'll get IHC tattooed. Okay, guys, if IHC wins, Johnny will get IHC tattooed on his body anywhere.
Yeah, I'll get it.
And a permanent tattoo.
Right on my bicep. No, I didn't say permanent.
That's just cheating then. I would just write it down with a pen.
See, I'll get it tattooed permanently. I'll get that logo tattooed permanently if I get big someday, like if I get swole, because otherwise it's just going to look weird. I'm extremely skinny right now.
Yeah, Johnny wouldn't look like an Inhuman competitor.
Just inhuman, not a competitor at all. That's what I would look like.
But yeah, now it's time to make the predictions. It's time to make a prediction, Johnny.
So, Necro, do we end IHC's domination right now? Do we predict IHC and stop it, or do we go for another team? And
I'm going to go with IHC.
Let's do it then. IHC.
Let's do it. Yeah, IHC from both of us. Let's go. IHC from both of us. Once again, back-to-back 4. Get it.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's done.
We try to go for the other teams, but unfortunately it's not working out. So I feel like maybe we got to join the train as well.
Join the hype train. I mean,
let's go.
Just like tear off his shirt, have an IHC jersey underneath, the whole 9 yards, if you remember that reference. But
I mean, you have a friend as the manager, right? So ask him for some jerseys, man. You know.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get in touch after the day is done, and hopefully by the next tournament we do get a few, but let's see. I mean, IHC, they've been playing against the odd this entire league stage. In the finals, they show up, they get a hat trick, and now me and Necro are going to see if our bad luck is going to be the thing that stops them, because the teams have been unable to do that so far. So if they fail to win the chicken dinner in this game, we take the credit, Necro. What do you say about that?
I mean, I guess, yeah, okay, but I'll still be on lead no matter what, so.
Yeah, you did not have to say that.
I'll still be on a point lead. It's completely fine. I'll take the trade. But you know what? I feel like our main competitor over here has to be that one guy from Nepal desk who is completely just dominating the
Oh,
prediction
Rushmay,
game.
yeah.
Rushmay is how many predictions have you got right up till now? I think so 11 or 12.
Yeah, he's sitting on 11 or 12. He's already in the
Yeah,
double digits. We have
something
to
like
move
that.
forward.
Yeah, I'm on 10. I need a couple of more, so we should be over
You're
there.
on
But
9.
I'm at 9. Yeah, I need one more to get double digits. That's what I meant. So if this one goes right, we're inside the double digits, so we're pretty much good. With that being said, the next game should be on our screens soon enough, where you do see the players just locked in and loaded on their devices already. And I'm pretty sure a lot of teams, man, they're going to be pissed over the fact that IHC is just taking every single game in their hands.
Yeah. And, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how this match is going to go. Miramar once again, ladies and gentlemen, the map on our screens and the trajectory of the plane this time is just going to start just a little bit up north of Impala, going towards Minas del Sur. So this is leaning heavily towards the southern part of the map, and that is just going to make things a lot more difficult for the teams that are going to look to head towards the northwestern side. Anyone head towards El Pozo La Copriera is going to be in a world of trouble. Montenuevo is going to be decent position to drop, pick up a few vehicles and rotate towards the northwestern part of the map. IHC, we do see them taking an early exit, headed towards El Azhar, and let's see, all eyes on this particular team, these 4 players, see if they are going to get 4 in a row, which I believe, I mean, if my man Ocean is watching this broadcast, do let me know if that has happened before. I don't think that has happened. 4 in a row is something different.
4 in a row. Yeah, even I don't exactly know. But imagine if IT win all the 6 games.
Oh, that has never happened. Yeah.
That has never happened, and it'll be all over the place. But again, IT, El Azhar, this really does bring back some old memories, Johnny, if you remember. IT and 7C, where 7C used to like to drop inside El Azhar, and once ISC just, because of the plane flight path, IT didn't know where to go. So they just dropped right on top of the players of 7C and took away El Azhar from them easily, not even breaking a sweat. And then 7C never, ever looked at that spot.
Lol.
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 What was that, lol? But yeah, that's just
That is the
IHC's
story
terror,
right
man.
there.
It's just the terror this team brings in.
And I think the lol is the fact that that actually happens to everyone inside of this lobby every now and then. I think it happened to IHC itself. If you remember, the first time it was IHC against Astra Academy, there was a 30-point difference in the last game. IHC, the lads, tried to drop clash against Astra Academy. By the way,
Yeah, they
Godlike
just got
Stalwart
slapped
right
away.
now. Yeah, they just got like denied. Do you remember that meme where Batman is shown slapping Robin across his face? That was
Denied.
Yeah, that was basically it. But right, what is Slipknot doing here? Completely isolated from the entirety
Slipping
of his
away
team.
from the windows.
Yep.
Yep, he's just slipping in the windows and slipping out.
In and out. Easy peasy. Oh, the
Damn.
cute little companion running behind, just jumping, small little leaps.
It's left 2 behind, man.
Oh no,
It's okay.
it teleports. Now it's right there.
It's got some superpowers. It's okay, I don't want to say it. I'll just ruin it. I
I'm
wanted to call
glad
it-
you realized that, Necro.
I wanted to call it White Pikachu.
Oh my God, you almost didn't say that, but I was about to, like, I almost shed a tear. Oh my God, little Necro, so mature, grown up all of a sudden. But yeah, I'm gonna take my words back.
It's cool, man. I mean, both of them look pretty cute, you know?
Albino Pikachu.
What is that?
What you just said?
What did you albino?
Yeah.
What is that?
Have you seen those gorillas that have white fur?
No, never.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
You have to.
Maybe once we'll go
Not
to Zeus. sometime.
gorillas exactly, but monkeys, chimps.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's just not continue talking over this. Yeah, our conversations, man.
That is actually like a condition with animals wherein they grow white fur.
I have no clue. I mean, I don't even know, man. But again, that'll be a conversation that we can definitely have some other day. For now,
Yeah.
the game is completely dry, that's for sure. At the start, of course, this is how the game goes on. Things will be a little soft at the start. Later on, it'll start to get even more heated. And currently, if you guys do want to know how things are looking like inside the map, MABETEX Esports is right in the smack center. Right next to them are the players of WIZZES Club. DEADEYES guys as well, they found themselves in a better spot because the circle is down south. It's also favoring DEW. So even they don't need to move outside Chimosera. They can just sit there and keep on looting a lot. So they should be comfortable when they do move out of Chimosera. It's only if the circle shifts away from them.
Well, again, since it is Miramar, and we did have quite an awkward trajectory in this particular map, we are not going to see action for the next 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So prepare yourselves for almost 5 minutes of nothingness but people running around.
Yep.
And us talking. Podcast hour is back.
Podcast.
All right, but we also can use this opportunity to sort of realize what the impact of the kind of performance that IHC has had is gonna, what the impact of that run is gonna be on the mentality of the other teams. There are two situations. There are two ways the other teams can react. One is you just give up on the entire day. You just admit, like, all right, 3 games remaining. We're going to try our level best to salvage whatever points we can and then move forward to the, well, then move forward to the upcoming days. We start fresh tomorrow. But we can also try and stop IHC today. And I believe one of the teams that has slipped under the radar, as we talked about, has been High Voltage. Godlike Stalwart, yeah, everyone expected them to be the top contenders. But High Voltage sitting on the 3rd position, Necro, as you mentioned, a slight slip up and they are going to be on the 4th position, but also a good performance, they're going to be sitting on the 2nd position. And if the slip up is from the side of IHC, and at the same time Godlike Stalwart, because Godlike Stalwart now are just going to be quite desperate to close in the gap before the end of the day, High Voltage can use that opportunity to their advantage. All they have to do is not panic at all.
And considering these are the grand finals, I'm going to expect panic from some of the best teams in the lobby. Definitely IHC is not panicking, that's for sure. They're not panicking, but other teams, considering or taking a look at how IHC are performing, there should be a little bit of panic situation set up, especially for Godlike Stalwart, because they really do like to be the champs in the grand finals, and they would not want things to be pushed on the 2nd day, because if you remember all the performances that Godlike Stalwart has put up in the grand finals, they usually end things on the 1st spot at the end of the 1st day. Now, there are still 3 more games to go, counting this one in. Only if Godlike Stalwart, they make some sort of a statement, they make some sort of a mark right in here, then things can definitely be a little interesting and a little different. But if, I would say, they're not able to do so, then IHC will, of course, keep on running away with the lead. Now, as you said, IHC being winning 3 games back-to-back, how is this going to affect the players' mentality? And you might be surprised when I say, I don't think so they're going to care. I honestly don't think so. Because if they really did care with the way IHC is playing, they would start targeting them right off the bat. But we're not seeing that happen.
Well, that is kind of true, I would say.
Yeah. Because, again, if you do, I feel like IHC is pulling off their own individual performance. And
Yeah.
doing so, neither they're trying to intentionally stop any teams, neither they're targeting anyone,
Yep.
or neither they really are just jealous or they want to prove something to anyone. They're just playing their own individual
So
game.
here's the thing.
yeah.
The reason I said that is kind of true is because in situations like that, you never target the team that's at the top. You target the teams at the bottom to try and cover up for points that the team at the top is getting for themselves. You secure those extra eliminations in your favor and then try and transition to the late game stages. Because you know IHC, they have the momentum. They're going to be feeling extremely confident. In fact, they have proven themselves. But look, what is happening here? MABETEX going one way, GSM Fear going the other, while Sandesh just watches in the distance.
And Sandesh will just make sure that Battering runs out of juice. Taken out from the game. Now MABETEX is just running away from this one. As T2K, they are, at least so far, looking a little okay. Considering they ended things on quite a decent note, even inside the previous game. And now T2K, they're just challenging a fight against the players of WIZZES Club, in which Chain has went down. Definitely not a starting inside the fight the players of T2K wanted, but unfortunately, they will have to face it no matter what. The nade's going to be quite close. Of course, chips out a lot of damage. Octopus, unfortunately, is going to be the casualty on the side of WIZZES Club. Now just 2 players left, or 3 players left to try and hold this entire fort down, in which Jane's position is going to be compromised once again. He really did want to go for the resurrection on the fallen player, but unfortunately couldn't pull it off with the given amount of time. And now he will find another man too. T2K, unfortunately, they're getting dismantled. Slayer is doing a really great job of positioning himself inside this little building. And he's playing it to perfection. Now WIZZES Club, as they've realized things are really working in their favor, they will start to close on up even more. And WIZZES Club, a little bit of rookie mistakes. This is what is really costing them their lives.
Well, let's see. Oh, as you said, it is costing them their lives, but Quaid, he's not looking to stop anytime soon. T2K Legends still left standing. He's bleeding out slowly. Sandesh is the last hope for the team. And out in the corner he goes. That is not a place where you want to be. Slayer just still slaying, still playing. Secures 4 eliminations for his team. And that is the first quad wipe, ladies and gentlemen, of this game. 5 points in the hands of WIZZES Club already. What a team fight in the early stages.
But WIZZES Club, man, they've taken some unnecessary hits in that fight. This should have been a flawless execution, but yeah, I don't know. One of the players literally got knocked out of a moving vehicle, unfortunately. So that kind of gifted away the point for T2K. But I was speaking about how T2K were looking really good in the previous game, and there might just be a chance they might be able to carry the momentum on forward, but that's not the case right now. T2K are not able to do that. VENOM Legends in the elimination feed, though, as they do show up. And they are able to get at least a couple of elimination named onto themselves. There is IHC in the back, and they might just be on the prowl. They should be hearing all those gunshots. And IHC, the confidence should be all-time high after winning 3 games back-to-back, but they're still not overstepping their boundaries. And I'm loving this IHC.
Well, everyone is. Everyone is loving this IHC. Apart from all the 16 teams, all the 15 other teams inside of this lobby, of course.
Yeah, and
They are
apart
definitely
from
not.
Godlike Stalwart fans.
No. Whoa. Are you sure you want to go there?
A little joke. I mean, I'm a fan of them too, let's be honest. But the performance is just a little joke. Come on.
Yeah,
it was a good one, though.
I am not involved in this.
It was a good one, though.
Oh, what is going to be even better is
oh.
Alex just taking care of Wadu. And by taking care of, I mean just finishing him off.
Oh.
But yeah, Necro, we don't know each other.
It's just a little joke, guys. Just a little joke. But yeah, again, the rivalry these two teams have, though, it's definitely really interesting. It always just makes the battle or makes the competition overall way much more enjoyable. And you got to love it. You got to love it. These two teams are, of course, the Giants. They are the Alpha Tines of the lobby all the time. But as we have JyanMaara in front of us with all the 3 players, and As you do see, Varu has been taken out from the game.
Well, one more early exit this time. 54 players still remaining. 14-minute marker approaching in Gremlin Storm now. Against the players of high voltage. 2 lads knocked out. Recovery is not going to be easy. Rowdy from the distance is just trying to close in. Picks up the buggy, and Dictator and Rowdy upon their way. As the isolated lads are going to try and regroup along with their teammates. So we are going to transition to the mid-game stages in a moment, and based on where the zone is, we are going to see not a lot of action after this fight is done, but high voltage, oh, they are going to be in a world of hurt soon. They have already a team blocking their pathway and another one closing in from the rear.
DRS really close over here, Johnny.
Oh yeah.
And Skylightz Gaming is just tossing on those nades. And unfortunately, Killer YT falls down. Not really a good way to go down in that scenario, but unfortunately that has already happened. Skylightz Gaming, they just continue to put on a lot of pressure over here. And DRS, they're definitely running out of the utilities so far. They are using a lot of smokes to keep themselves shrouded and unknown. Skylightz Gaming around. And Skylightz Gaming so far, Mafia Ninja, as he's taken down to only a sliver of health, he will patch himself back up. And Skylightz Gaming, yeah, in the position they found themselves, it is definitely quite interesting. Are they going to be able to survive or not? Are they going to be able to make it inside the circle or not? But 1952 in a really bad and a tricky spot. And this is not the team you want to go up against. Godlike Stalwart, they are one of the best in the lobby, and they will probably take you down if they spot you, especially if you are in a disadvantage.
Well, they have quite a decent position for now, but they will have to just be extremely patient to let the fight finish off, and then we'll try and secure a few extra points in this mid-game stage. Skylightz Gaming, though, in a very awkward spot as Nima and AJ have been split up from the rest of the teammate, and with DRS applying so much pressure upon them, and with Godlike Stalwart holding the high ground, it is going to be not an easy job for them to survive. Gyante is going to be the opening knock for the players of Skylightz Gaming, and this is going to be the opportunity for Godlike Stalwart to actually bait the players of Skylightz Gaming, who are stepping out in the open. Look at the shots coming in from the high ground, but Nima is going to be knocked out, and it is going to be Killer YT from the side of DRS, who finds the opening. Delta with the nade is going to go for the finish, but no, it is going to be a little bit off its mark. I had seen the distance, is going to get destroyed, as well as Godless is going to be dropped by the players of VENOM Legends.
DRS, as Delta is still there. Yeah, he will just take down the man completely. And DRS, all the 4 players still up and alive. Now they'll finally start to make a move in the circle. Skylightz Gaming is still always in the front, trying to stop them in their tracks. Unfortunately, I'd see this time inside this game, things aren't really working out the way they wanted to. The circle is definitely not being too friendly with them, because the previous one was really friendly. And this time the circle just keeps on shifting away. VENOM Legends way too close for comfort against the players of IHC, as 2 players keep on moving. They keep on running away from the wall of death. And Ripson is on the trail. They just want to chase him down, but no, VENOM Legends now opting out for a better spot.
Ripson is, well, I thought he was going to get knocked out, but no, he does survive. And IHC, it looks like not a 4th one headed their way. Demo is knocked out, and with how Alex is moving forward, I think even he has given up on any possibility of his team surviving. There it is. Slipknot is going to be the reason that IHC are not going to be walking away with 4 chicken dinners back to back. The streak coming to an end with match number 4 of the day. 13 teams remaining, 37 players still surviving. Godlike Stalwart down to the last 2 players as well.
Yeah.
So I think High Voltage now actually an opportunity presenting itself for them to move forward and try and see if they can make their way into the top 2. Last player, Pika, is going to be left standing. Oh, Devil Boy!
Nice.
Too overconfident out in the open. Going for the jump shots, not really working out. Pika still quite healthy, can go for the second as well. Does in fact manage to knock. Oh, this is going to be a 1v3. I feel like last player left surviving for the side of 1952. It's going to be entry.
I mean, it's Godlike Stalwart. What do you expect? Some godlike performances, of course. And this is what they're here to pull off. Pika, all by himself, has put a full stop to 2-player story over here. And this might just be it. Entry makes the same mistakes his teammate did. He's just replicating the same mistake right there, following the footsteps and gets taken down easily. Pika, a 1v3, not even breaking a sweat. Calm, cool, collected. As WIZZES club as well, they will follow it up. They get eliminated from the game. High Voltage, they put a full stop.
Well, let's see though. Oh boy, what a game this is turning out to be. Oh. Now everyone is focusing on High Voltage. 4 players left. 5 eliminations already secured. If they go ahead and win this, I think there's going to be a possibility that High Voltage at the end of the day can, in fact, go ahead and secure the first position for themselves as well. But let's see who's going to stand in their way and who's going to be there to stop them. DRS on the other side, looking quite solid as well. Playing edge to edge and being the gatekeepers, controlling the southern edge, in fact, of the game right now. Quite a wonderful position on the high ground.
Speak of that. And DRS, yeah, the southern edge of the circle is definitely starting to fill up with a lot of teams and a lot of players now, as DEW, Nearzet is being knocked out. And the res should be there soon enough. The next circle pops up in front of us as it just centers on up in no man's land. Any team, they haven't found their footing inside the circle yet, but they can try and take the time. They really do need to. DEW will need to go through the team in the front. It's, of course, going to be quite challenging, but not impossible. They have done it once in the past. It's time to fight through.
Top 7 teams remaining, in fact, now. 23 players still alive. Godlike Stalwart, not really their day today. Even though they have been consistent in the last 2 games, I think the result that they wanted was to be on the first in terms of the overall ranking, and IHC have completely ruined that plan of theirs. I'm pretty sure they're going to be back again tomorrow. But opportunity presents itself to the players of High Voltage and DRS. In fact, both these teams are competing to see which team will solidify its standing in the top 3 and the top 2, in fact, right now. DRS as well, kind of in a similar boat as the players of High Voltage, but the difference being they are doing a little bit better in this particular match where it all matters because the top 2 teams have taken an early exit.
And Raw themselves are over here in front of us, as they do realize the threat's quite close. And Precious, oh, he steps out. I'm not sure if this is the right timing or not, but he plays it to perfection no matter what. He finds one. The second man's quite close to his position's now compromised. Precious, though, still wanting to play this one in a better way. And he's so far doing a great job of just capitalizing and executing it. But Raw instead just going for the res on the fallen player, but they're also getting shot at in the back by the players of High Voltage. Way too many fights happening at the same time, with the third parties included. Precious has chipped down the second man way too low. Now the position compromised. Final man's position known. Pressure just wanting to put a full stop, but unfortunately has a 4x on his car, and he will need to pay. And he will need to pay the price for that.
Well, let's see though how heavy or how big this prize is going to be. Elementrix, Orange is going to be the last player surviving. Might be able to bait his own teammate. Sees Sus behind the barrels, behind the box. Sus is going to step out in the open. Orange going with a spray, but misses the opportunity, and Sus shooting him in the face with a UMP. Secures the elimination point for his team.
Yeah, but still Sus with the only man left alive in this one. He is barely on the edge of the circle right next to the players of High Voltage, and High Voltage know too there's just this one man who can definitely be a big thorn in the way to win this game. And so far is just around the corner, trying to keep his position anonymous, but he should be spotted in time soon. And I'm not sure how this one's going to pan out really well, because again, High Voltage, 3 players. And these 3 players are really hungry for some blood. But there are still a couple of more teams who are wanting to make it inside the circle. And the M249 at 6-6. The bullets just don't stop raining, and DEADEYES, guys, they're really here to make a mark inside this game, as they have realized IHC is of course not in contention anymore. So that's their time to try and strike in.
Let's see. High Voltage, 2 players remaining. DEADEYES, guys, 3 remaining. 1 knocked out, but it should be an easy revive on the lad. DE Warriors still present in this game. Top 3 teams. And High Voltage, their position is completely compromised. It should be an easy win for the players of DEADEYES, guys, from here on out. All they have to do is just avoid getting sandwiched from DE Warriors, and they do, in fact, do quite a decent job of doing that, securing a knock, and I think setting up the position for the side of High Voltage. But no! A little bit of a mistake as Chari steps out into the open. Assassin is going to go for a punish upon him, securing the knock and the finish as well. Prabeen going for a revive on his teammate now. It is going to be important, so the final fight is going to be a completely 2v2, a 50-50 coin toss between DEADEYES, guys, and High Voltage. And if High Voltage, as I have been saying, end up winning this game, this is going to propel them quite close to the top 2, maybe even on the 2nd position.
And DEADEYES, guys, I mean, right now, with the way they're playing, of course, this is looking pretty good. They do have a decent amount of circle covered. High Voltage, on the other hand, they're kind of forced in a little bit of corner, but they're still inside the circle themselves. But the next circle is what will really matter. And the next circle just centers on up once again. DEADEYES, guys, should have a decent advantage in this one, but DEADEYES, guys, and DEW, this might just be the battle to watch.
Well, let's see. As you said, this is going to be the battle to watch. This is going to be the battle to win as well. The Warriors not willing to give up. Oh, Molotov, it's going to be quite close, but Irzad still managed to be quite safe. So, Prabeen, what he has done right now is just made sure Irzad is going to be towards the right-hand side of the tree. Apart from that, not a lot of opportunity for him, as he does not have the nades to actually lob it towards the right and go for a finish. Oh, does see the opposition. What a turnaround. Ooh. Assassin finding the opening. And now on top is going to be the last player surviving. Does get finished off as well. Assassin securing the win, but DE Warriors aware of the fact that the last player of High Voltage is the only man standing between them and victory. They go for the push, and Assassin is down to 50% HP and is unable to go up against the players of DE Warriors, who go on to secure the winner chicken dinner of game number 4 of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The streak might have come to an end, but is it the beginning of another streak?
Maybe. I mean, I literally went with this team last game, but they come out victorious in this game. Interesting, Johnny. We went with IHC didn't win it. Yeah. So, yeah. Interesting outcome, yeah? Whichever team that we go with, they usually just never ever just come out atop. But whatever it is, right now, DE Warriors, they've found themselves in the 4th spot. At least they're in the top 5 with 6 elimination points and 21 points in total. One thing we can say for sure, the main goal for these teams were to just play it out safe.
Oh yeah, I mean, we did see how safe they were willing to be in the final fight as well. Not a lot of aggression, everyone just being extra cautious, and I think one of the reasons for that is what the Warriors displayed. Whoever made the first mistake was was losing out on the game, and that was, in this case, the players from the side of DEADEYES, guys, as even though Prabeen was out in the open, he missed the first opportunity to go for the opening shot. Assassin covered up for his teammate quite nicely. The fact that Assassin lost a lot of HP in that second trade against Nirzad was the reason that they missed out on this win, but it was still a wonderful fight from the players of High Voltage. They had, I believe, 15 eliminations in this game, so they got points equivalent to the Chicken Dinner, and plus they have 12 points for finishing second. So it was an impressive run nonetheless. But what we are going to do right now is go on a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Well, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And what a win for the Warriors. So we have had 4 games so far, and all 4 have been won by, well, the Mongolian Goliaths, as we have been calling them. Even though there have been 3 involved, the only one that's been left behind, kind of, are the lads from Godlike Stalwart. But even they are making up for that, the lack of chicken dinners in the number of points that they have. But we do move forward to the MVP of the previous match, and it is going to be Assassin with 6 eliminations and 1155 damage. Woo!
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Assassin, he went ham, and this is what you expect from Assassin, being the star player inside the lobby or inside the squad of High Voltage. You always expect this man to pop off, and he has delivered onto his name too, assassinating 6 players and also getting 5 knockouts with the survival time of 26:34. As you said, High Voltage, even though they did not get the chicken dinner, they were still able to wrap up a lot of elimination points, which should help them with the consistency, considering the previous game as well was really good for them. And this game too, not getting the chicken dinner, it's completely fine. What matters is how quickly you're climbing up the ranks and how quickly you're closing off the lead that the players of IHC has built up.
Well, I mean, I think I'm just trying to calculate what the point difference is going to be at this point.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I've forgotten how many eliminations they had from this particular match. We are going to have a look at those when we move forward to the match ranking, and I think we will have a look at the overall rankings as well. So, no need for me to trouble my small little brain. Computer's much quicker than me in terms of calculating numbers. Yeah.
I mean, you literally got a phone. You literally got a calculator in your phone, so yeah.
Yeah, but it's too far away.
Maybe we should just buy Alexa.
Alexa?
Yeah.
Why?
You can just ask, you know? Calculations quickly. And you'll get the answer. You don't even need to say it. I say it out loud to yourself. She will do it for you.
Alrighty. But moving forward, though, so there it is. We have... That's 9-12 elimination already. That is 16 eliminations on the players of High Voltage in total. And they have 26 points in total from this game. I believe they're going to be sitting on the second position after this match.
Yes, I think so. I don't exactly remember what the overall rankings or what the overall standings looked like after the previous game, but I don't know, man. I mean... maybe, yeah. It was quite close, though. You kept on saying this at the start of the day as well. The overall rankings are really quite close if you exclude the performance of IHC. But as the match summary is in front of us, the highest eliminations, of course, being taken by Assassin. The highest damage as well being dealt by Assassin. Then you have Kuwait with the highest assist. And then you have Pika with 684 healing done. I mean, Pika's clutch, that 1v3 against the players in 1952, that was godly.
Well, yeah, it was quite godly and it was quite impressive as well. But moving forward from here on out, I mean, it is going to be about presenting those consistent results, being absolutely dominant in every single game, even if you don't walk away with the win. If you can manage to finish in the top 3 with at least 6, not even 6, like 8 to 9 eliminations, I think has to be the target. Or make it 10, let's just even it out. Top 3 with 10 eliminations means 20 points minimum every single game. Then maybe by the end of the day, you will be able to close the distance against the players of IHC if IHC keep on taking an early exit. So IHC, they had 3 points from this match. Godlike Stalwart walked away with 4 and High Voltage with 27, while DRS is there with 13. So yeah, I think Godlike Stalwart are going to be dropped to around the... They're going to be 3rd right now in the overall. High Voltage is going to be 2nd. IHC is going to be 1st because, well, it is quite hard to take away the advantage of a hat-trick win. But still, I mean, it is going to be upon High Voltage. So now High Voltage, as we have been talking about them, Necro, have a possibility of actually finishing on the 1st position, but they have to make sure that this continues. They got 27 points from this game. If they can again and again and again do this in the next 2 matches, which are going to be the maps of Sanhok and Erangel, I think we are going to see one of the best starts to a grand finals that we have ever witnessed in South Asia.
We might, even, yeah, as you said, even if one more chicken dinner, I mean, they've already gotten a really grand start, of course, but one more chicken dinner will just put the cherry on top, you know? It'll just be like the Legends, just putting the cherry on top, and IHC will, of course, have a massive head start that will be pretty tough to beat even on day 2. Because considering IHC will probably try to play consistent and better even on day 2. But again, Johnny, as I said, you never know what the future holds for us. Right now, IHC is dominating. Maybe tomorrow and in the upcoming games, maybe IHC will not be able to perform. Anything can happen. These are the battlegrounds.
Yeah, anything can happen. Anything can go wrong. Anything can go right. I mean, who knows? In this game, we actually thought that Godlike Stalwart things were gonna work out for them when we saw that DRS Skylightz Gaming situation and Godlike Stalwart with the higher advantage. But no, all of a sudden the zone moves away from them, and then the situation again becomes quite unlucky for Godlike Stalwart, resulting in an early exit as the teams collapsed upon them. But look at the damage histograph. High Voltage, as we have said before, were really dominating throughout the game. 3116 damage, 3116 damage dished out with 15 eliminations secured. DE Warriors with also again 1900 damage dished out, and not enough eliminations though for the amount of fights they were taking. But ladies and gentlemen, as we have talked about this, the next game is going to be played on the map of Sanhok. So it is going to be another opportunity for, I guess, IHC to capitalize, because this is now again the tried and tested domain that we have been in. So this is what we have seen before. 3 back-to-back wins, then 1 game you're going to miss out, and then you are going to secure a few extra wins. So maybe the next game IHC can win.
And again, you also got to speak about the jitters, right? Considering the fact that maybe in the first 2 or 3 games, a lot of teams, or the majority of the teams, there's a chance they might have a little bit of jitters going on. That's why they were not really able to perform. But now as 3 games have passed by, those jitters should have been taken care of. So maybe you might see a little bit of more variety into, you never know, maybe Elementrix can start to shine in. Anything can happen, man. This is Sanhok. Elementrix usually do tend to be pretty powerful. Even inside the previous Sanhok, there was a chance that Elementrix could have won, but unfortunate circumstances as always. It's time to make the prediction though. Which team you think?
For me, I think I'm going to go with High Voltage. I mean, I would like to see the overall rankings being flipped completely on the heads. What about you, though? What is your prediction?
I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. I really want to see a fight for that first spot.
Are you sure you're not just trying to please their fans for what you said in the previous game?
Johnny, you know I'm a big fan of them. Come on.
What? You're a troll.
Yeah, I'm a troll. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm a troll, yeah. But again, I mean, this is what I said too. The rivalry between IT and Godlike Stalwart, it has been going for a year now. For a really long time. So
I think there are more people involved in that rivalry, but a few of them have taken a step back, because There was a time when Skylightz Gaming were, so it was a love triangle between DRS Esports and Astra Academy.
Yeah.
And now it's a
Yeah.
triangle between High Voltage, Godlike Stalwart, and IHC. So it
But-
is the Bermuda Triangle of sorts. If you try and go through that, you are going to vanish because these three are not slowing down.
I mean, yeah, man. Godlike Stalwart and IHC, this rivalry, I want to see it going. I want to see it keep on going. I want to see it get even more closer. I want to see that first spot not being ran away with lead because IHC will try to, and I know that. And I really want to see IHC being stopped in the tracks.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, they have been stopped kind of, especially since
Yeah,
the momentum
momentum
has been broken. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Momentum has been broken. The state of flow has vanished after the previous game. And going on to the next one, I think it is going to be quite clear that the things that we were talking about during the previous match, like will teams be kind of hesitant in taking fight against the players of IHC, all that hesitation is just going to vanish. People are going to be charging towards them with hopes that, yeah, we are going to be the ones this time in this particular game who are going to be destroying IHC and securing those elimination points for ourselves. But again, I want to see how since you have predicted Godlike Stalwart, I mean, I'm going to be quite keen on seeing what Godlike Stalwart are going to be up to as well. Because one thing is for sure, and I'm willing to bet anything on this, these lads will never settle for second. I mean,
Oh,
let
they will
alone
never.
third, they will never settle for second. They are so used to just winning it all.
I mean, look at Godlike Stalwart. Even though things really haven't been going their way, they're still having smiley faces. They're still having a great time inside the lobby. And this is what you always got to love about them, right? No matter how the situation is looking like, they will always have smiles on their faces because they know as long as the competition is on, they will probably make the comeback happen. And let me tell you what, Johnny, on day 2, we're probably going to see that first and second spot way too close, like literally way too close.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, but this time around on Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen, do you see the trajectory of the plane starting towards the southwestern side of the map and going all the way towards the northeast? But on Sanhok, the trajectory, no matter where it is, it doesn't really matter because the map is very small, so you're allowed to go wherever you want. Hardly any early drop clashes as well. Godlike Stalwart, we all know where they're going to be headed. Towards boot camp, they go. IHC starting from the southeastern side of the map. I'm going to be waiting to see where the circle is going to be. We are waiting for that as well. And the zone is going to head towards the Camp Alpha Island. Guess what, Necro? I actually think High Voltage is going to walk away with a win on this game now.
Maybe you just jinxed it because DEW have been a big threat for them all the time. And considering the circle is on the top left island, DEW will try to take over the control. They will try to assert some dominance against the players of HB. And even if the fight is being won by the players of High Voltage, I'm expecting casualties on even their side.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the last time the Warriors tried that, they got absolutely destroyed. They got one player out, and then the entire team got picked off instantly. So I don't think they are going to try and attempt that, an early fight against the players of High Voltage. As I said, High Voltage, they know Camp Alpha Island like the back of their hand, and any single time the circle is going to be headed their way, you can guarantee a top 5 finish for this team. On the other side, I want to see which team now is going to go for a water rotation in this game.
And speak of water rotations, T2K, they have tried to pull it off, if we remember. This similar type of circle, right? And they tried to rotate all the way from up north. But then their boat got blown away, so they were swimming in the water. And then they just got picked off. Don't exactly remember, but this happened in the league stages of this PMPL. Don't exactly remember when it happened or who did it, but again, water rotations can definitely be really risky. You got to make sure you're maintaining some big distance away from the main island. But if you talk about things really that are being interesting, JyanMaara inside the Paradise Resort, or at least close to Paradise Resort. And it seems like they've already looted up and they're starting to move. That was quick.
Well, let's see. As you said, that was quick indeed. And they have to be quick about this as well, because every single time high voltage have been in a situation like this, where they have been the center of attention, where they have been in the center of the zone, they have been pushed upon quite early. And what they want to do, the plan of action right now, is just to hold that Temple Mountain, just to maintain control of that high ground so you can maintain vision. Oh, how does he hit that? M16 doing wonders in the hands of True Love. And Fear is definitely going to be feeling some fear, at least for a few short moments.
That was precise, though.
Oh, yeah.
That was really clean. Some clean tracking right there from True Love. Was able to dish out quite a decent amount of damage. Gremlin Storm, another surprising entry inside these grand finals. And so far, they're doing quite okay. They really are trying their best, though. When you take a look at Gremlin Storm and the way they're trying to play here, it is clearly evident that they are giving it all they have to try and do something here inside these lobbies. But unfortunately, man, sometimes, as you said, Johnny, you just find yourself in those unfortunate circumstances, in those unfortunate situations from which it's really tough to get out of. And this is one of those. DEADEYES guys on top of him, and Gremlin Storm just being trapped inside this little compound. Hopefully they have a clue that DEADEYES guys is right on top of this mountain.
Ooh, but is MABETEX aware of where Slipknot is? And just a few rocks separating the two lads from the side of MABETEX and Slipknot. And he is looking in the other direction, forgets about the flank. Finally sees Wally, secures the knock. What a blunder from MABETEX. Slipknot, quite a well-timed punish over there. Could be the first blood of the game, as Wally's going to be out in the open. And yes, it is the first blood secured by a Raw official.
As you mentioned, that was the first knock. And we still haven't seen a fight being broken down between the players of DW and High Voltage. And VENOM Legends, ladies and gentlemen, right now is making water rotation all the way from the outskirts, from up north, moving all the way inside the top left island. And this can definitely be an interesting scenario because DEW, they're currently guarding the edge lines. And they should be able to spot the players of VENOM Legends in a matter of time. So as soon as they do, DEW will probably try to go against them because that's, of course, an invited guest inside that territory. And VENOM Legends, though, still props to them. They are quite quick on their feet to make the rotation inside the top left island not quick enough. IT is all the way in the bottom right, so even the circle is not being too friendly with them, and I'm not really expecting an early rotation from the side of IT. What they can really try to do here, though, is play this game safe and slow and try and wrap up as many meds as possible and go for a med strat. That can, of course, be a really mature option. Fights now are, of course, happening. As you do see, Godlike Stalwart as well getting engaged in one. Snipe YT from the side of JyanMaara is being knocked out. Not a good news indeed for them. And Godlike Stalwart are the one putting in a lot of hurt onto Snipe YT, and he falls down against the players of Godlike Stalwart.
Well, let's see. And in situations like these, when these crossing points for the river do get covered up, it does become quite difficult. Godlike Stalwart, as you mentioned, they are going to try their level best to control both the sides of the shoreline, but that is quite a Herculean task for almost everyone. You see Action trying to see if he can keep an eye on his teammate. In fact, they are closing in. They are moving towards the northern side, just a smidge every single second. And that's just bringing them closer and closer to the players of DE. So Caution is definitely going to be quite necessary for these lads, but Joker as well. Oh, this is an awkward spot. He has to cover for his teammate in the distance, but he is so close to the players of Gremlin Storm that the moment he pulls the trigger, the information is going to be relayed to the opposition.
GSM, all the 4 players still near the compound. And it really does seem like GSM, they have a clue that the players of DEADEYES guys are just on top of him and eyeing him out, waiting for them to make even a little mistake so they can get a chance to capitalize on it instantly. On the other hand, IT is now finally on a move too from southern side, so this is going to be quite a late breach inside the circle. I'm not expecting them to have a good position right off the bat. They will need to take things really slow here, because already even the surrounding lands off the island are covered up with a lot of teams. If IT really do want to make it in, they will need to wait, and they will need to wait for other teams to really just duke it out amongst them.
Let's see though. And Rowdy from Gremlin Storm. Oh, quite risky to go for a peek out in the open like that. Have to be just using the third-person perspective, the free look tool to keep vision of the outside. What a slow game of Sanhok, just like the one before this. This guy's on this high ground, just keeping vision of the opposition, making sure Gremlin Storm have nowhere to go. And now, finally, the blue zone is going to start to move. Where do you want to see the next shift, Necro?
I want to see it right on top of the mountain, okay?
No,
The next one.
I want Hotten. Like up
No,
north.
no, no. I want to see it right on top of the mountain, and then later on, just shifting away completely. So everyone will think that the mountain's hotspot, and they will start contesting it. High voltage will feel really good. But as soon as the next one takes a shift away from that, that's when things will sort of crumble down for them. But right now, Godlike Stalwart. Oh, we're a little too exposed. Nice spray from the side of Joker, but not able to find the knockout. Was only able to chip away some damage.
Well, just a little bit of damage over there, making the opposition panic a little bit. Oh, alrighty. So, as we were, in fact, trying to see which team is going to go for the what rotation, this time it seems like the players from the side of WIZZES Club have taken the mantle upon themselves to be the ones rotating through the waters. And to be honest, there's nowhere really left for them to go, because DRS is going to take that south western edge of the map. Hotten is going to be under the control of the players of T2K, or maybe JyanMaara crossing over in that position. So WIZZES Club, I think that we are going to see an early exit for that lineup right there. But Mafia Ninja is definitely a ninja and Mafia at the same time. But no, AJ is the one who ends up securing the knock off IC. IHC not really able to regain the momentum that they've held since the start of the game. A sandwich between DRS and Skylightz Gaming.
IT right now, IC's knocked out. Unfortunately, even in the previous game, IC was the first man to go down.
Yeah. Oh, my mistake also as well. It's just Skylightz Gaming. DRS are, well, quite a decent distance away from these two.
It's okay. Skylightz Gaming on top of the hill. And IC, as they are wounded a bit, they definitely are looking quite vulnerable. And IC, at this point in time, is just way far gone, so going for the res onto IC is going to be next to impossible. So at this point in time, IC has to be a done case. Skylightz Gaming also having an advantage inside this fight with the high ground they're holding. This fight is definitely quite tricky to win. IC, with the lower ground, trying to pull something off. As the wall of death as well is now starting to close in, and we've mentioned this too, Johnny, over and over again. To make an entry inside the circle that is all the way on top left, and if it's way too late, at that point in time, it's next to impossible to make it in. What do you think?
I think I agree. I mean, cause crossing the water, it is not going to be easy, and because of that, you will hesitate to even just move out of your cover. And if you're not moving out of your cover, if you're staying in one position, then the late game blue zone damage is going to be brutal. You can go for a heal strat on Sanhok, so that is a thing. You can try and secure points that way, but other than that, I think your options are going to be quite limited for late rotations.
Speak of options being quite limited, JyanMaara and T2K as well are really close to each other, and JyanMaara are really close to the bridge next to Hatin. AJ's been knocked out inside this fight, so at least now things are being neutralized. Alex is in the front, but Mafia Ninja is just punch boosting his way around. So his position is not being compromised yet, but the Molotov's perfect, and it's going to flush out Alex out of that spot. Alex, oh, with the HP deficit, he will need to try and win this one. Mafia Ninja in the close. Alex just throws a Molotov to make sure that Mafia Ninja is being flushed out of that spot. Because of the Molotov, things are being limited a lot. Alex, this should buy him enough amount of time to just patch himself up, and that's what he exactly does. Alex able to patch himself up. Skylightz Gaming 2 setting up a nice crossfire against him, making sure Alex has nowhere to go. He's trapped inside, and Alex hears the footsteps approaching him. Soon the battle's about to break down. Alex tried to pre-fire, but Mafia Ninja's being way too nice with this one. He's taking his time, and as Nima just tosses in a nade, Mafia Ninja seals the deal. I had see, but still, they have 2 more to go. And same thing with the players of Skylightz Gaming. Oh, this fight has been trades back and forth all across the board. Godlike Stalwart not really in the best of the positions you can ask for it, but they're still really known for it to just turn around the tables, and that's what they're here to do. Pika's taken down way too low, which is completely fine. He can just patch himself up.
Well, let's see though, Pika, as you mentioned, he is going to put on that first aid, but his teammate is still going to be down on his knees. Godlike Stalwart, oh, from the flank! Dictator with a Vector is going to find the opening, and it is going to be the star player from the side of Godlike Stalwart who's going to get knocked out. Dictator getting punished, the trade is going to be there, and yes, he does find another opening. Gremlin Storm, quite a close fight, but no, Memo looking in the wrong direction, has to be careful as Cry has the perfect flank against the opposition. Will he go for the opening? Will he go for the trade? Or will he try and revive his teammate? Well, I guess revive is the option that he has chosen right now. Memo has the opportunity to go for a revive of his own, as Dictator is just going to close the distance. And, well, the numbers, it looks like, are going to be equalized between these two teams in a few moments.
Yeah, so now numbers being equalized as the fight should be pretty good, but no, Pika again just throws the advantage in the favor of Godlike Stalwart, even though this fight, they did not really have the advantage, but still somehow they've managed to push the advantage in their court now. As Godlike Stalwart, they have one more team to go in the front. It's going to be in the name of Gremlin Storm. And Gremlin Storm over and over again, they're just creating a lot of problems. Dictator with that Vector, he's looking unstoppable all the time. He's able to strike down these players like it's nothing. And Dictator still able to stay alive with a sliver of HP. That's incredible. Vector is striking stronger than ever before, but Scribe with the DBS is looking to put a full stop. He's looking to seal the deal. He finds one pumps on the Dictator. One more to go. Memo is way too close with the pre-fire. Oh, that is perfect.
Well, it is just perfection right there, but not for the players of Godlike Stalwart, as they are going to be the first elimination from this particular game. On the other side, Raw Official looking quite solid, going up against the players of 1952, and Slipknot securing that finish for his team. Does spot out 2 more players in the corner of that house, while his teammate Mr. Smokey is going for a revive onto Liquid. As well, and well, lining up the utility, a Molotov and an aid at the same time should be enough to do the trick and dish out a little bit of extra damage before they go for a push. I mean, they've already got this fight under their control. I don't see a way in which 1952 walk away from this alive.
Smoke's being tossed in. And Slipknot, oh, Raw really just want to pounce on top of the players in 1952. They just want to end it right here. They cannot wait anymore. They just want to end it right here and now. As I'd see, they take an exit from the game on the 15th spot. Yeah, things have been quite rough for them, Johnny.
Well, let's see, though. Things are looking quite rough. And Jax now, along with Entry. trying his level best to hold his position. Luckily for them, Raw have backed off. Or maybe this is going to be a bait. Raw just want them to step out in the open so they can get a much easier shot on the opposition.
Yeah, but as I said, Raw are really playing this nicely. They realize that if you're not going to be able to make it down right now, it'll be way too late later on. So might as well just take the odds and try and book it downstairs. And that's what they exactly do. They've already made the big task possible, moving downhill. And now all they need to do is find a safer spot inside the circle, and that's what they're searching for. That's what they're looking for. DRS can definitely be quite a big challenge for them, so they probably do not want to just take a fight against them. But anyways, that fight will happen no matter what. Slipknot and the entire team of Raw, they're catching a lot of punches onto themselves as DEW and WIZZES Club right next to the players of DEW here, and things are really interesting.
Oh no, Octopus, he's gonna get destroyed. Sneak, managing to sneak right behind him. So, living up to his name, but can he sneak away? That's the question now. 14 teams, 37 players still alive, as Liquid from Raw is just gonna be destroyed by DRS Gaming. Elementrix, their next target, right in front of them. What a wonderful opportunity to gatekeep any team entering Camp Alpha. Well, all of this is going on. The team that usually does manage to hold on and in fact control the situation on high voltage is just sticking to the northern part, just sticking to outside the eastern edge of the circle. Talking about high voltage right there, it is going to be a challenge for them to drop down from the mountain. DEADEYES, guys, taking a nasty, nasty hit. Well, it is just going to be Chari, the last player surviving, has bandages but no first aids. Oh, we are just going to see a lot of bodies fall in a few short moments.
Speak about bodies falling down. Yeah, of course, that is happening. The final circle is about to turn into a complete graveyard. Oh, Chari, an innocent man who's trying to make it for a better spot, but Wadu has got him locked in his sight as the next circle shifts up north, Johnny, right on top of the players, the VENOM Legends. And VENOM Legends aren't going to find themselves graced by the presence of the circle. How are they going to defend the compound they have right now? Of course, in the prime spot, and Frag Boys sort of separated out in the latter half of that compound. And it's also a little separated. So VENOM Legends, this late in the game, I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of separation.
Well, I would say it depends on the scenario that you're in.
Yeah, but that compound's probably going to be hotspot, don't you think so?
Yeah. I mean, so, again, depends on the scenario. If it is going to be a hotspot and you are not sort of feeling comfortable taking 4v4s, you are going to try and go for a survival play. That is why you are going to separate into 2 splits or just play a little bit further away from your teammates to sort of allow one unit at least of your team to survive. Otherwise, if you are someone like the lads from, well, the 2 names that I was about to take are already out of the game, so that doesn't even matter. If you are feeling as comfortable as high voltage, you're going to try and play together. But Malik is going to be knocked out in the open. Oh, Pixels visible behind the car, but Baron is just going to try and blow up that Lamborghini. Malik is going to get absolutely destroyed. But Praveen still manages to survive. An opportunity for a nade to pick off another player from the side of high voltage.
Yeah, now a lot of third parties are starting to happen too, because of course the circle's out in the open. The only compound, as I mentioned, is being guarded by the players of VENOM Legends. Now, if you do remember, even in the past, this sort of a similar situation happened, not exactly in this area, but in which VENOM Legends had the compound and they did come through victorious. So there's a chance this replication might just be there again. WIZZES Club domain, though, if you do see, he's just keeping his position anonymous. He's quite close, actually really close to Gangsta from the side of VENOM Legends, but he still hasn't taken a shot and given his position away. MABETEX, for them to try and get inside a better spot, they will need to get rid of the players of high voltage, and right now it seems like next to impossible. Jiggle, what a quick peek.
Well, quite a nice knock right there. Quite a nice opportunity for his team. 2 players still left standing for the side of high voltage. JyanMaara getting eliminated from this game. The Warriors looking quite comfortable as they have all 4 players alive. They have one of the best positions in the zone right now. Elementrix in their rear who can ruin their game, but high voltage are already putting up a lot of pressure on Elementrix. VENOM Legends have concrete cover available. They have huts under their control, but it is going to be quite difficult for them to actually try and break their position from here on out. The Warriors, look at them. Just putting up extra pressure on Elementrix, trying to secure those extra points. There's Zed picking up Precious as they have lost Sneak all of a sudden. One more point is going to be secured. A lot of utility being committed just on Elementrix.
Elementrix over here. Oh, what a nade from the side of VENOM Legends as Ripson finds 2, and those are 2 big knockouts as well. DEW now being handicapped to just that one last man up. As top 5 teams are alive, high voltage. Oh, the snakes are spotted. Perfect spray from Shaw. Will shut him down. B-Shaw. Oh, boy. One more to go. Jiggle's position still uncompromised, and he's still prone around. Probeen, oh man, nowhere to go. He will be shut down. VENOM Legends, with all the stars being aligned in their favor, all they need to do is just take down the last man from the side of Elementrix. But Bishal, no matter what, he's still able to find the opening, and now able to go back prone. If he buys enough amount of times to patch himself up, how is that nade so close? Still alive on a sliver of HP. Bishal is so lucky to be alive right now. The shots are not connecting. Frack Boy's way too close. Finally, the nade will seal the deal. But that took a while.
It did take a while, and finally we're down to the top 3 teams. VENOM Legends, it feels like this is going to be their game. This is going to be their win. All 4 players still left. Well, one was knocked out. Frag Boy is just going to get...
Ooh.
I thought he was going to get finished off, but no, he survives. His teammate and WIZZES Club down to their last player domain.
Oh!
Finds the opening with a nade. Gangster knocked out. Ripson still there though. Quite close to his teammate. One more nade being lobbed in the same spot.
Oh
He's going to drop Ripson extremely low. Domain, he is in the blue. He needs to get inside the zone. He's going to run inside the smoke, but the damage is going to drop his HP extremely low. It's again a 1v3, and I don't think it's going to happen.
DBS.
VENOM Legends, go ahead and enjoy the win, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be their game. No clutches anymore. No.
Now listen, man, it's
no,
the DPS, bro!
No!
It's the DPS! No, he's missing a lot of shots!
No!
Oh!
No, I said no, Necro.
Listen, man, he missed a lot of shots there, okay?
No. It wasn't going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the man advantage was there, but still, if he takes down those 2 players...
So it's a
then...
1.2 second mini reload, which is enough to get shot in the face.
Which is enough, but he shot like how many shots? 2 or 3?
Two.
2, so yeah, I mean, 1 shot per man, but still, yeah, it's okay. Unfortunate stuff does happen inside the battlegrounds over here, ladies and gentlemen, but VENOM Legends, as expected, the stars were aligned and they striked in with a stellar performance with 7 elimination points and 22 points in total. Damage is, of course, not that high because all they needed to do was just hold the compound lines down, and they did so perfectly, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite a wonderful run from VENOM Legends. I mean, quite important for them to just be patient and wait for their opportunity. So a wonderful win. I did, in fact, expect VENOM Legends to perform like this, but I was expecting that to happen a little bit later in this finals. I mean, basically tomorrow is when I expected their run to sort of get them a lot of points. But kudos to them. They have started early on day 1 itself. If they can do really well for themselves in the next game, maybe tomorrow there is going to be an opportunity for them to finish in the top 10 and also qualify for the SA Championship. They will have to stay in the top 10 at the end of the last game on the last day, but still an inch closer to their final goal. But for now, we're going to head to a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
It's a bang, even though
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And what an amazing win for VENOM Legends on the map of Sanhok. But can they continue the momentum to the next map, which is going to be the last map of the day, and the map is going to be Erangel.
Erangel.
Yes.
Classic ending, huh? We like to see those too. But
Not a
Johnny, you
classic
know,
start, yeah.
not a. I mean, yeah, it is. I would say a classic ending. This is how. I mean, the classic start wasn't there, considering we are used to starting things off with Erangel, but this time we started off in Miramar, and I'm always up for surprises. You know, it's as long as you're gonna have some sort of variety coming in, you always gotta love the shuffles. It does surprise the players too. But again, I mean, Johnny, we've been talking about the players and stuff quite a lot, and we really did forget to mention some of the teams that are still in the bottom, man. And 1952, they haven't been getting any spotlight.
Well. I mean, 1952, yeah, they have been performing quite decently, and I agree with you that they haven't really gotten a lot of spotlight. But again, I think one of the reasons for that is going to be the fact that we expect quite a lot. Like, personally, I expect quite a lot.
Week one, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Week one.
Exactly. You pointed out what. Like, I was getting to that. That is what we expect. Their run in week one was absolutely incredible. But then the fall-off was even worse. So I want to see 1952 be a little bit consistent. And I know they can be consistent as well.
Oh, yeah, of course. And I just don't understand. What was that spark they had in week one, and where did it go?
Oof.
What exactly happened? Because in week one, man, 1952, I'm not going to lie, they were really just coming true on all their dreams, right? Because people really hoped from their particular region that 1952 will really shine through. And in week one, yeah, every single one was happy. But then later on, that week one's performance never carried on over anywhere. And even right now inside the grand finals, in the first 5 games, we haven't seen nowhere close to that type of performance. But we still have a lot of games to go in the future lines too. So nothing can be said, man.
Nothing can be said. That is perfectly said, Necro.
Yeah, thank you.
But
I mean, look at IIT.
I don't want to though.
I mean, now they're just getting eliminated right off the bat. You know, like this is what I said. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen.
It's the Murphy's Law. Anything that can happen will happen. I mean, the team that got the hat trick in the first 3 games is going to be the team going down early in the next 3 games. That is what is happening right now. And VENOM Legends, a team that was underperforming in the first 3 games, going on to win an amazing win on the map of Sanhok. Which, I mean, Sanhoks today have been extremely weird. Teams start playing it like it's the map of Miramar. So passive. No early fights. No drop clashes for Painan, not even on Paradise Resort. Boot camp has been left isolated.
Yeah. But, Johnny, I don't know if you've noticed, right? There always used to be a drop clash between the players of DEW and High Voltage. And I'm really happy the fact that they finally found themselves a spot to drop on. I mean, we love early game actions, right? But if you do take a look at things in the player's point of view, in the player's perspective, that sort of a hot drop is really not benefiting anyone, because both of those teams would usually have casualties on their side. Even if one of them will win, they would either be taken down to a 2-man squad, or they would just have one solo player surviving. So it was not benefiting either of them.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And we talked about this during the game itself, where I mentioned that even during those drop clashes, especially, I mean, DE Warriors were the ones losing out so much. They lost 1 to 2 players every single time, and High Voltage, they are so comfortable fighting in the Camp Alpha early situation that they would 4-man drop at the same position. One lad would just delay the aggression from the side of DE Warriors, not worrying about his own life, not worrying about an early exit for himself. And the other 3 players would one by one pick apart DE Warriors. That's what High Voltage were extremely good at. And look at this game. Anytime it is going to be a Camp Alpha circle, we are going to expect a domination from High Voltage. 1600 damage dished out, 8 eliminations secured, but kudos to the winners of this game. VENOM Legends, 953 damage and 7 eliminations for the win.
What's up with T2K, man? They are deactivated.
Again.
Again. Again, I mean, inside week 1, similar story with 1952 and T2K. Week 1, dominant as ever before. Week 2 and 3, performance just gone. And maybe we saw a little glimmers of hope from their side, but what do you think is exactly going wrong with them, though? Like, honestly.
I think just feeling a little underconfident after how the league stages went for them. I think that has to be it for the players of T2K. Other than that, I mean, the run has been quite incredible. And talk about incredible things. Look at that. Without a single chicken dinner, we have the players of High Voltage in the second position, and they are just 16 points shy of being on the first. I mean, always everyone in the PMPL South Asia was talking about, Skylightz Gaming was talking about, DRS was talking about the Mongolian teams, for crying out loud, was talking about IHC, Godlike Stalwart, and DEADEYES. No one mentioned High Voltage and how consistent this team has been. From yours truly.
I mean, technically me too, because we said High Voltage is quite consistent, right? But Skylightz Gaming too,
game,
man.
though. Do you think they can do it? Do you think they're going to be first?
No.
No.
No. I don't think so.
Alrighty.
I don't think so.
I believe in them.
You believe in them?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not about believing. I just think so. With how the game's going to be going and with how the game's been going so far. Yeah, I don't know. But again, dude, so many big names haven't popped off today, right? Even DRS, Johnny.
Yeah.
They're not able to show themselves up. Even, I mean, we expected some stuff from MABETEX. Even Skylightz Gaming not able to show themselves up. They're still sitting on the latter half of the board.
Alrighty.
A lot of mysteries.
Here's the thing. I'm going to hold you, call you out on your statement, right? I'm going to call you out right now. You said you don't think High Voltage are going to be sitting on the first based on how their matches are going. But based on how their matches are going is the reason they are second. And is the reason they are on the just 16
No,
points
I never
shy
said
of the
based on
first.
how their matches are going. I said maybe on the future matches, on the last game, how it'll go. Because Godlike Stalwart is on the third spot. And they will definitely try their hardest to win this Erangel.
All right. I mean, let's see, though.
DEW2 is really close. There's so many teams, and these are big names. I mean,
but they have been trying
anything can happen
as well.
Anything can happen, man.
I just want you to say that High Voltage do have.
Yes, they can.
Godlike Stalwart,
they
in
do,
no way they are going to be sitting on the second. I mean, they can be second, but they are not going to be first at all. They are sitting at 110 points. The difference between 100 and 147 is 37 points in a single game. Yeah, that just ain't going to happen. They can be second. They can topple over High Voltage. To do that, they need 21 points, which is quite easy for them to secure. But first, still a little too far away. It's going to be a stretch.
Definitely will be a stretch, but as I said, tomorrow will be a lot. Tomorrow, the vision will be a lot more clear. But as you said, will High Voltage be able to take it over? I said, I will say they have the potential, but do I think they will be able to take it over on the last game? The chances, on my side at least, in my personal thing, I think so the chances are quite low. I don't know. I mean, this is just me saying, but they do have the potential, though. Again, anything can happen, as I said.
All right,
Maybe IT will win in the last game. What do you know?
So what is your prediction for this game going to be then?
As I said, Godlike Stalwart will go ham. So I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. They haven't won a single game, man.
Yeah. I mean, Godlike Stalwart, already Necro's prediction is Godlike Stalwart. I believe High Voltage is going to take this, so I don't want to jinx their performance. So I think I'll go with a team on the second page of the ranking that was supposed to be on the first page, but now I am angry with them, so I'm going to go with Skylightz Gaming.
Not a bad choice. I went with Skylightz Gaming in the first one. I thought they will be able to do something, but
exactly. It's quite weird for me to see them on the second page of the ranking. Guys, what's up? Like, one of the best teams Nepal has ever produced, and I want to see them move up to the first page. That is a team that is supposed to be finishing top 5 every single game. So, a little bit out of position, but let's see. Last game of the day. Who is going to win? What the overall leaderboard is going to look like? We are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. You and the two of us together, along with our producer, of course.
Yeah. And even the chat, man, they can make their votes too. Of course, vote, space the team tag if the team that you guys are rooting for. And you guys will be able to put your votes down too. Let us know which team you guys really do want to see winning this one, because this is going to be the last game. And let us know in the chat too, do you guys think will High Voltage take over the first spot that currently is being held down and pinned down by the players of IET? As you do see the players just getting locked in and loaded, and even the plane fly path starting all the way from the right side of the map. This plane fly path is going to be quite interesting. It's completely tilted down south, Johnny.
Yeah, completely moving towards the southern, leaning towards the
Military
southern part
circle.
of the map.
I'm calling it.
And you are calling a military circle? Let's see.
Yes.
I mean, if it is a military circle, then I think we only have two options, like for potential winners of the game. It's either going to be DE Warriors or it's going to be Godlike Stalwart.
Oh yeah, really? Now look at you, man.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just being honest. That is what has happened every single time. If it's a military circle, either one of these two teams is going to go and perform.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just like a spectator, and they are the main characters of the story.
But remember, in League Stage, A1 NB won one military-based game?
Yeah, one.
One.
Out of 50 games that happened, one was won by someone else.
Oh my god, why you gotta be like that, man? Come on. Why you gotta be
Hey
this
man,
mean?
facts don't care about your feelings. That's the difference
Damn, Johnny B. Savage. I love you, man.
there. I love you too.
Damn. But yeah, as we do have to play.
Kind of an awkward silence, right?
Yeah, I was like, damn, damn, he really does love me, huh? Oh, I mean, technically, the circle is down south, so you can give me the edge over here. Come on.
I mean, alrighty.
Yeah.
So, all right, we'll give you the edge if the next shift is down south.
I don't think it's even gonna happen. Possibly.
There is a
but
possibility. There's quite a massive chunk of military island in it, and so Ocean once tried to explain to me, but my maths is extremely bad. It has something to do with the edges of the circles not intersecting against each other, and also whichever area has the highest highest probability of encompassing the landmass
Yeah.
inside the zones, and then the radiuses. I mean, it's quite a complicated bit of calculations. That is how, by the way, like one of the best casters in our region does his own prediction. Maths, gotta be good with numbers,
I
which
mean,
we
these days,
aren't.
man. These days, I'm seeing him in gym, bro. Me and
Oh.
him, hardcore gym bros.
Who lifts more though?
I usually go late. I go around like 12, and I think
Yeah.
so. He's over there at like 11:30.
Mhm.
So right now, I need to lose weight. So of course, I'm on a lot of cardio. I don't lift a lot, but I feel like a lifting competition can definitely be pretty sick, between
Yeah.
the commentators.
Yeah, I
Don't
mean
you
it
think so?
can be, but no matter how much you would have said, I was just gonna just troll you by saying, "Do you even lift, bro?"
I can lift you.
Yeah, I don't weigh much. That doesn't count.
So technically, that should answer your question, no matter what. So
My
I
weight
do
doesn't count.
technically lift. Who do you want me to lift?
Yourself.
What? How does that even make any sense? Okay, bro. Anyways. Anyways, we have DW in front of us inside the military base, and of course, Godlike Stalwart all the way inside No Rip No. And I just love the fact that the players of Godlike Stalwart, they just shoot for no reason inside No Rip No. As I said, they just try to get their hands settled down inside the game, man. It's just all about just getting used to that. They just try to do some quick peeks before they actually do get inside some battles.
Well, let's see how this is gonna go though. With how the zone is laid out inside of the game, it is going to be quite a slow start in this particular match as well. Not a lot of forced action. Circle evenly split between the main and the military island. So even teams like DE Warriors and Godlike Stalwart are not really in a world of hurt. They can take their sweet time rotating towards the northern parts of the map, which they will have to, in fact, in order to survive in the later stages, unless the zone keeps on moving down south. Although, we are going to see any fights early on. I believe it's going to be one of the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming going down.
Yeah.
As the lad has been sandwiched between DEADEYES guys and the players of IHC towards the, just a little bit towards the shelter area. Not really a position where you want to be. Skylightz Gaming, the 1-3 split not really working out. So Skylightz Gaming suffered the entire league stages as they were forced to drop towards anywhere but Yasnaya Poliana. But now, since Seal Esports are not here, they are free to go back to their home. But the thing is, since you have been practicing everywhere but the one place you actually want to go, I feel they are more comfortable playing from anywhere but Yasnaya by now.
I would say they're equally comfortable in playing all the ones.
Yeah.
Because Yasna has been their primary drop spot for years now. When Savage came in, they took it over from Skylightz Gaming, and then it just continued on forward. Where the players of Skylightz Gaming always needed compromise on Yasna. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting story. As I said, it's all up to the locker room. What exactly happens in the locker room, we never know. We literally never know.
We do find it out eventually after the game is done, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But we still don't know what happens in the locker room. The Secrets of Locker Room, Episode 1.
It's the locker room, not the fight club, Necro. Oh boy. But let's see. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as we did discuss, do not expect any action even for, I would say, the next 5 minutes. There's going to be no more action in this particular game. All right, I was wrong. IC is just charging towards the players of DEADEYES, guys, and this might just be a big mistake since the players of DE in the backlines also will have an advantage as Erangel to take down IC. If he's a little too careless in this position, but no, he turns around, goes on the other side of the ridge, and will, in fact, park his buggy as he sees the vehicle moving in the distance. Joker has been spotted out, but IC still not pulling the trigger. No first blood in this game yet.
Speak of first bloods, Johnny, I mean, yeah, I don't think so we're going to see that happen for a long time. At least 10 minutes. At least 10 minutes. But yeah, Johnny, you asked me, do I lift? Do you lift?
Well, kind of.
Yeah, this man literally has 5 kgs dumbbells in his house. And you think that's called lifting, buddy?
I just max out my sets every set. I do 4 sets of basically every workout I can think of with those dumbbells. But I'm just getting...
How many reps?
I think 40 reps per set. 3 sets of 40.
40 reps?
Yeah, it's 5 kgs. That's not a lot, so I have to do a lot of reps.
Damn. I mean, I do 15 reps. I start off with 5. I switch over to 7.5, and then...
You do 15 reps with 5 kgs?
No, it's just a warm-up. I start off with 5, then I switch over to 7.5, and then I go to 10.
Yeah, we're just talking about lifting now, ladies and gentlemen,
because these teams will need to lift their weight. These teams will need to lift their weight, man, to the first spot.
It is going to be more than 5 kgs for sure.
Oh, it is going to be more than that. Yeah, they will 4 players, so every player will do 10 reps, so equals 40 reps per person.
I thought we were talking about weight, not reps. How heavy will they have to carry this game?
Let me tell you what, Godlike Stalwart. I mean, even though they haven't been, this is the beauty of Godlike Stalwart, right, Johnny? Even though they haven't been able to perform, they're still sitting inside top 3.
Oh yeah. This is they're having the worst day and they're in the top 3.
Yeah, they're literally They're literally having one of the worst days possible, and they're still sitting in the top 3. I mean, right now, there's not a lot happening inside the game, so of course, we're just having a little podcast hours, but as you do see, take a look at the map feed.
We should be ashamed of ourselves, Necro. We expect so much from them that the team is in top 3 on a day like this wherein another team has gotten 3 chicken dinners and we are still not satisfied. We are like, more, we need more. Go win the game.
I guess it's just what expectations Godlike Stalwart really just set up for us, you know? I mean, when you hear the name Godlike Stalwart, you just expect them to go all guns blazing and just start taking a lot of fights no matter what. But right now, speaking of fights, I did hear a couple of gunshots going off inside the game. And yeah, we aren't seeing any sort of eliminations happen just yet.
Well, yeah, no eliminations yet. I wonder who's going to go down, though.
I mean, right now it's a complete, every single team almost is just accumulated in the center.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an all-out war soon.
Well, 10 minutes in, next zone is going to force these teams to, well, fight it out. There won't be any way out of this. And I'm just looking at the map, man. I'm just trying to see which team is going to be forced into a situation. To be very honest, I think the only team right now that has to, well, that is going to be completely safe from all of the chaos that is about to break is going to be WIZZES Club. Because they are not even in the zone. They are entering the zone right now. They're outside the circle, entering from the northwestern edge, and everyone else in about the next minute or two is going to be just struggling to survive. Look at that. Shots fired by Legend onto the players of Skylightz Gaming, and he fails to connect. Skylightz Gaming quite spread out, in fact.
Yeah.
So they have to be extremely careful.
They definitely have to be, as Jane's being taken down way too low. And he's still inside the compound, so Jane's really not going to peek out at this point in time because he's way too softened up. One thing you can say for sure that teams are now starting to accumulate a lot of info around them. And as long as you are having that situational and surrounding awareness, that's really going to help you out in the survival game, even in the future stances. At Skylightz Gaming right now, the information they've accumulated in the front, in the back, is definitely quite incredible. Nima, too, is just driving around making sure they're not being sneaked up on any of the sides. Skylightz Gaming playing this one perfectly as we have Godlike Stalwart still on the edge with a decent spot to play around with. VENOM Legends is really close to him, but Godlike Stalwart on this sort of a position, now the next circle will really decide a lot of teams' fate. But if it does shift on the right side, then teams will probably not going to move. They will just stay comfortable and stay put in the spot they found. But it takes a shift away, Johnny. Oh boy. We're up for some drama here.
Well, yeah, I definitely did not expect the zone to end there. To be honest, I thought this was going to be either shelter or just a school circle, but no, towards Pochinki we go. And IHC securing the first blood of the game, picking up one of the players from the side of DRS. 13 minutes in, that's the first pick, ladies and gentlemen. Moving forward, we're going to see a few more as these teams are now going to have to fall back towards the western part of the previous zone. Ooh, what a beautiful music box.
I didn't hear the music, though.
It's the sound of silence, man.
Sounded like a ticking time bomb.
It's the sound of silence.
Pretty much my life.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I've come to talk with you again. But right now, these two teams are definitely talking to each other. Gremlin Storm and Skylightz Gaming having a little Cold War so far right now between them. Just exchanging some nades. As JyanMaara, they found a man able to sneak away that elimination point too. Fragboy is a main key player for that squad. And now Fragboy is being taken down. That's a big elimination point right there. JyanMaara able to cut off a star player from the side of VENOM Legends. Fragboy not inside the roster anymore. Skylightz Gaming and Gremlin Storm. This fight's going to be quite interesting. AJ, how is he going to be able to retrieve back? Dictator's position capitalized as well. Skylightz Gaming in definitely a tricky spot. The smokes are there as well. to try and cross on over on the other side, but AJ is still way too scared. Doesn't know if he wants to take the chances or not.
Well, let's see. Stu picks up until now. Skylightz Gaming. In quite a decent position, having found concrete cover for themselves. The second airdrop on our screens with the AMR and the military vest. That's it in this one, but 1952. Oh. Right, for a second, I thought they had an individual quite close to them. An opportunity to secure an extra point without a lot of risk involved, but no. Just holding on to the southern position of Palm. Oh, DRS quite unlucky, getting spotted out by the players of JyanMaara. The spray not connecting though, and now it finally does. 2 more players knocked out. JyanMaara getting all these points for themselves. VENOM Legends as well do retaliate. The third party coming in from the distance. As Snipe Whitey is going to be dropped to his knees. VENOM Legends, in fact, get traded out. Laser is going to be the one going down.
I love this Dot Challenger.
The zone's hard shift Necro, though.
Yeah.
Towards out in the open, teams were swarming towards the Pochinki city. And all of a sudden, the plan just backfires now. They will have to fight for the farms just south of Pochinki. Pancake position, in fact.
But how are Godlike Stalwart going to make it in, though? That's going to be another factor that's really worrying me right now because they're just stuck in the blue zone so far. They haven't made it their entry inside the circle. And if you do take a look at inside the circle, there's quite a lot of teams. And even from the back, there's going to be JyanMaara and VENOM Legends moving in soon. So threat's going to be all across. And it's the players of Godlike Stalwart left to deal with it. And they have found the entry inside the circle. But again, as I said, threat's going to be all across. How are they going to try to play this one out? They might just get picked off from all the different sites. Right now, it's the players of Skylightz Gaming against High Voltage. As Mullik is inside the house, so far he's looking pretty safe. High Voltage, they have a little split going on. Jiggle on the left, Mullik on the right side. Trapped inside the houses, of course, High Voltage. They have a decent separation between them, but even if one player gets taken down, going for the resurrection on the fallen man is going to be next to impossible.
Well, let's see, Skylightz Gaming a standstill against High Voltage 4 now, which is not going to last for long though. And Gunner is just waiting patiently behind the rock. Killer YT charging forward is going to step into the crosshairs, and bye-bye, lad. Back to the lobby you go. Gunner is going to suffer the same fate to the hands of IC. And 2 teams taking instantaneous exits, ladies and gentlemen. DRS, along with them, JyanMaara are going to be eliminated from this match. 14 teams, 52 players remaining, 17 minutes in the game. Still quite a lot of bodies present. But now, all hell is about to break loose. This is going to get extremely chaotic, this match.
Speak about things getting extremely chaotic. I mean, you already hear the chaos going on right now. Godlike Stalwart, they might just get approached by the players of IHC. The Battle of the Century might just happen once again. IHC, they've been ruling out the players of Godlike Stalwart over and over again, but this is the chance, another chance for the players of Godlike Stalwart to redeem himself. But IHC, they somehow find the opening, but Godlike Stalwart, they reply back with 2, and you blink it, and you miss it. Godlike Stalwart, just making sure that the players of IHC vanish into thin air. They make it look so easy.
Well, with the competition being eliminated, all they have to do is get Action back on his feet, have a 4-man roster remaining. And remember what I said, securing 37 points in a single match is going to be close to impossible. Well, this is the game. This is a situation where anyone can pull it off. If anyone can pull it off, it is these lads. And this is a perfectly laid out situation for them. You have a lot of players surviving. You don't have to travel a lot of distance to secure all these eliminations. All you have to do is survive and secure every single point. So there is a possibility now, either Godlike Stalwart or even High Voltage will be toppling over IHC. Let's see how this game is going to come to an end. The Warriors on our screen, though, just struggling on the southern edge of the blue zone. Moving up north is going to be a challenge as 1952 is standing in their way.
1952. Indeed, as you mentioned, they are standing in the way, but now the main target's going to be to make it inside the circle. And every single team now will start to try and book it in. But for the players of Godlike Stalwart, again, to find another comfortable spot, they will need to battle it through. DEADEYES guys might just be on the receiving end, or either VENOM Legends. Both the spots are up for grabs. But which one are the players of Godlike Stalwart going to go for? This circle has been playing a lot of mind games, and even though Godlike Stalwart is still able to stay alive up till now, props to him.
Well, yeah. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in, but still they have managed to survive now, trying to deter the aggression coming in from the rear. The players of 1952 on their heels, Godlike Stalwart. A few more eliminations, and I think they are going to be all warmed up. So the blue zone is going to be an extra bit of pressure for them to deal with. And then again, the fact that the players of DE Warriors are not too far away also is going to be something that can be detrimental to their success in this match.
Speak about things being detrimental. Right now, Godlike Stalwart, they're definitely just knocking on the doors of the players of 1952. They want to be the Grim Reapers, and they just want to rip away. They just want to rip them apart. And that's what they're trying to do for it. But right now, the main target has to be to make it inside the circle. A lot of fights are happening at the same time. Even WIZZES Club approaching the players of Elementrix are on top of the hill. Unfortunately, having a little bit of low ground. That's why they're not able to win that duel right there. One man overstepped, instantly got taken down. Now it's the players of T2K as well in the back lines, just pushing through. Third party coming in as well. Elementrix not in a prime spot anymore, as now the tables have been flipped. WIZZES Club as well getting a little bit of more confidence as they've realized they're getting third partied.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite incredible now. WIZZES Club securing a few extra points for themselves. But moving forward from here, it's not going to be easy. There's a team right across the ridge now. T2K, in fact, it is closing in. But look at that, Godlike Stalwart getting eliminated on the 12th position. Oh God, high voltage. The game is just set for them. All they have to do is finish in the top 3 and get a few extra elimination points. This is going to take them, propel them to the first position at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if that is going to happen. Let's see how this match is going to go, though. 10 teams remaining, 32 players alive. Zone closing in, just one, not even a complete team. It's just one player that's in the zone right now, and that is Precious from the side of Elementrix. His entire team is gone.
Godlike Stalwart, man. Unfortunate. That was actually so unlucky. The circle kept on shifting away from this team. Unfortunate circumstances for them, but as we have the fights just breaking down once again against the players of Skylightz Gaming and Gremlin Storm, finally the silence breaks into a complete war and a chaos. As Skylightz Gaming, they've managed to shirk away the players of Gremlin Storm. Gremlin Storm, they're quite hurt. Memo still, he sits inside the vehicle and goes for a gamble with a rotation. And yeah, Gremlin Storm, they will be ejected out of the vehicles soon enough. And it seems like that might just be it for the story of Gremlin Storm.
Well, let's see, Gremlin Storm, as you said, again, another big name taking an early exit. MABETEX responsible for their demise. 8 teams, 23 players still surviving. T2K in quite a wonderful position. WIZZES Club eliminated from the match. T2K, quite a strong momentum they have right now. 8 eliminations. Oh, Malik, look at that. Getting a nice little opening onto AJ. Assassin is going to drop there. A lot of damage from the blue zone. DE in a world of hurt as DE Warriors. East is going to be knocked from the flank. A lot of chaos in this game. Oh, pixel shots onto. Oh, Toby survives with a sliver, but not for long. DEADEYES guys get eliminated. Runs away from the situation. What is going on?
Yeah, he just dips away from that one, but Skylightz Gaming now, even they want to make it inside the circle. It's their time to get the entry in the zone. A lot of teams are in the front, and they need to make sure that the team in the front falls down for them to get a safer spot in the circle. The odds are definitely not with them, and now as they're getting third party, it's even stacked once against them. Oh no, Mr. Bora is going to be the final glimmer of hope, and he knows he cannot pull off anything. It's way too late, and T2K, they just steal it away. One last bullet connects, and they will put an end to the story of Skylightz Gaming. Unlucky. A lot of teams have been unlucky inside this circle because this circle has been quite evil. We've seen a lot of hardships in this game. But T2K, they're still able to stay alive up till now. They're here to make a mark, and they will probably make it.
We were talking about them being one of the top contenders of this entire tournament. The performance up until now wasn't representing of the same, but now finally It looks like T2K have awoken the monster that was sleeping inside them. 4 players still standing strong. The only team that can match their numbers are going to be the players from MABETEX. Apart from that, high voltage down to the last player. Elementrix, kudos to the last player from the side of Elementrix for still surviving.
Speak of that, and T2K, all the 4 players are spread out quite well. Elementrix. Precious is still alive. Oh my god. How is he alive? Precious has been in that similar position since the longest amount of time. And he hasn't been shook away yet. But T2K, now the problems stack up even more, as they need to make it inside the circle, and MABETEX are just holding it down. MABETEX, oh boy, speak of stars being aligned, one of the prime examples of that. And Precious' position's compromised as well. He's just trapped inside, but right now the main target has to be T2K, and that's what the players of MABETEX are going for. MABETEX has a really fantastic split as well. A 2-2 split going on. This is working at perfection.
Well, this is definitely working out as planned for the players of T2K. Look at that, 11 eliminations secured down to the final 2 teams. MABETEX against Train to Kill. A 4v4 situation. We hardly get to see those, and this one is going to be out in the open between the 2 teams. Wally has been spotted out by Sandesh, who's going for a spray. There's the opening the team was looking for. Leo as well. Position completely revealed. Sandesh going for a second spray on the opposition. Does miss out on the opportunity to find the opening, but Train to Kill 3v4, the numbers are in their favor, and in fact make it a 2v4 situation now. Baden and his teammate Apex, a lot of pressure upon them. Yeah, this is not going to work out. Sandesh is just destroying the opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, Train to Kill are going to be your winners of this particular game, and they get 16 eliminations for this match. I'm just going to call it right now, Necro. This is their game. There it is, 16 eliminations. This kid is not scared of anyone. Just runs towards them. It's like a casual walk in the park.
But how did this just happen? MABETEX had everything going their way.
Yeah.
How? MABETEX, this is one of the biggest screw-ups anyone can make.
So, again, one of the reasons for that is going to be the fact that the high ground advantage that T2K held on to did work out in their favor. And then, alright, I know I shouldn't put blame on just one individual. Leo just standing up behind the buggy was completely unnecessary, to be very honest.
Kind of, understandably. But again, MABETEX, honestly, I would say that spread was perfect as long as the spread was between 2-2. But as soon as MABETEX made it 3-1, it didn't work out at all. At all. Because the player who was behind the buggy and the haystack, as you mentioned, behind the hay bale, was just left all by himself. And as soon as that player got knocked out, at that point in time, you cannot really go for the resurrection on that man because he's way too far away. And even if you do, you're taking that unwanted risk onto yourself, and you really do not want that risk in these type of final circumstances. But MABETEX Esports, it is okay, I would say, considering it was just day 1. You still have, what, 2 more days to go? You guys can try and pull something off. Consistency has to be the name of the game, but up to you guys, man, how you guys want to take it, honestly.
Yeah, it's up to them. It's up to them however they want to perform. It's always going to be up to them. But for now, what is up to us is go on a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. Super Johnny, Necro right there, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. Day number 1 of the Grand Finals of this PMPL South Asia is done and dusted. We saw a lot of interesting matches today. We saw a team, one of the biggest names underperform according to us, because we expect them to always keep on winning, but they are still holding a good position in the overall ranking. We saw the hat-trick chicken dinner, the comeback of what people are calling the comeback of Zeus Esport in the form of IHC, because that is their new name. So it is IHC just completely dominating today. High Voltage being very consistent as well, managing to finish in the top 2. But this last game is going to go to the players of Train to Kill. An incredible win. Jane finishing off with 5 eliminations, 644 damage dished out. Healing done 168, so he was on the safer side of those trades, but still, quite an incredible moment.
Speak of incredible moments, man. I mean, T2K, Jane, T2K, we were raising quite a lot of fingers. Again, Johnny, over here we also need to mention one more thing, and the audience need to know one more thing. Guys, top 10 is the goal here. If you do want to make it inside the South Asia Championship, you got to make sure you're in top 10. And for a lot of teams, top 10 will probably be the main milestone, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be the main milestone for them, but let's see if it actually, like, who will make it through, because right now what we are seeing is teams just building momentum, and until there is a clear definition of what the breaching point is going to look like, I think it's going to be very difficult to predict the which teams are going to get be staying behind and which teams are going to be moving forward. So I'm just waiting for that, the breaching point value.
Yeah. I mean, the breaching point will probably be shown on like the final day or something, if I'm not wrong. Or, again, we don't know, man, how things are looking like in the PMPL Pakistan. Of course, we have no clue about it because we're sitting over here and taking a look at the South Asia, but I'm pretty sure even from that region, teams are going to be really strong. So the competition is going to be amped up even more. And for the chat and for the viewers, you guys just sit back and relax, man, because trust me, these players will go through all sort of emotions to try and make it through the South Asia Championship. Once you do, oh boy, it's I can't hype it up anymore, Johnny.
Oh man, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see. In fact, I can't hype it up. I mean, you just look at the numbers and you automatically start feeling a little bit of a tingle in your stomach. You know, things are just going to get insane every second. So
yeah. I mean, the tingle on the stomach, I don't know, man. On about that. But as we have the match rankings in front of us of the day 1 match 6. And of course, T2K, they won with 15 elimination points and 15 placements. That's going to give them 30 points in total. As you have MABETEX 2 with second place and 12 placement points and 7 elimination points with 19 in total. I mean, these teams, of course, they've done phenomenally well. But what we're really waiting for is the overall rankings once again.
Ooh,
and before that, we'll have to go through the highlights too, if I'm not wrong. So, yeah.
You are correct, my friend. We will have to go through the Oppo F21 moments, go right through them to the damage histogram. Then there's going to be the overall rankings, and then we will talk about the best performing teams and the players of the day. But today has been incredible. I mean, never did I think that IHC was going to perform the way it did, and after that have a fall off equally drastic. So it was a lot of surprises at the same time. Imagine, like, they just nullified the advantage, the massive advantage that they made for themselves, and now I'm upset with them again.
Speak of being upset, I mean, this moment right here, this was something else, I mean, DEW, of course, things were not looking that great for them, but they still, I mean, Doc somehow was able to stay alive in this one, where, well, as he did find that an elimination point and instantly backed off from that one. T2K and MABETEX Esports' fight, as I mentioned, the separation really was not a good idea from them. If they were not separated, that res could have been stuck, and even if that res was not stuck, there could have been another man in the far fray to provide the cover fire. As soon as the man who was on the flank lines, or who was kind of separated out, who was providing all the information, got taken care of, gotten rid of from the lobby, T2K knew there's no one there to provide any sort of information anymore, because MABETEX were already pressured on the left side as the players of T2K found a knockout. MABETEX needed to shroud themselves in the smoke, and they did. So the information was limited right then and there. And T2K perfectly executed, I would say, in those final moments, and they came out on top. Well deserved.
Yeah, definitely well deserved, for sure. I mean, it was all about the fact that T2K were being cautious. They made a lot of mistakes throughout the day, and this game they learned every single time. And this is the game where they put all of that knowledge into action. But look at that, Necro. We have the overall rankings in front of us, and high voltage. They got so close, and look at that, Godlike Stalwart. They're outside the top 3. Oh boy, this is well, ladies and
told
gentlemen,
you,
welcome
Johnny.
to the PMPL South Asia Finals.
Johnny, but I told you. You asked me if high voltage are going to be able to overtake or not. You see?
Yeah, they are 8 points shy.
See?
Yeah.
You see? I mean, just say it. Just say it. Necro, you're the fortune teller. Just say it.
Necro, you were
Just say
right.
it. Exactly. Thank you, Johnny.
I'm
I
not
love
going to
you.
call you a fortune teller.
I mean,
Unless you give me the numbers of the next lottery that's going to win. So you and I can split the money. This is a conversation we'll have later. But moving on. T2K,
Bro,
look at that
what?
7th position jump over there.
bro, what?
Yeah, I mean, if you are a fortune teller, might as well just help me win the lottery.
Okay, as we have the latter half of the board in front of us, and Raw officials on the 9th spot, Skylightz Gaming on the 10th. Skylightz Gaming haven't moved an inch from that spot. They're just over there. They're nailed it down.
Oh, yeah. They're like, all right, top 10, right? All right, top 10
We're
it
going to
is.
be right on the 10th. This is a little challenge. They're making a YouTube video. How to qualify inside SA Championship right on the edge.
Yeah, so the breaching point right now looks like it's going to be 80 points, and, well, the difference is not that big. Anyone can make
1
it.
point.
JyanMaara can break through.
Oh, yeah,
game and
easily.
JyanMaara's gonna through, yeah.
Easily. Look at WIZZES Club. They just need 1 more point to make it in. Gremlin Storm, 75 points. How much? 5 points more? It's not that tough, man.
Yeah.
As I said, the overall rankings are definitely shaping up interesting.
Oh, yeah. And I think the only team that's going to be not in a position that we can say, all right, they have an opportunity to push through is going to be 1952, because 42 points. They got 5 points for placements today in 6 games. They got 10 elimination points in 6 games. Not really the position you want to be in the grand finals. But if not today, there's always tomorrow. For the lads of 1952, there's going to be an opportunity for them to slowly and steadily close the distance against the players sitting on the 10th position against the team of
Okay.
Skylightz Gaming. But look at that team card of the players from IHC Esports, because, well, they are going to be team of the day, obviously. 3 chicken dinners secured.
Back to
And
back.
Alex, it looks like, has regained. I think, Necro, you might have just offended Alex, because a couple of days ago, I remember you saying that Alex has
Not a
calmed
couple
down.
days
He
ago.
is-
I literally said it today.
Oh, yeah, you said
before
it
the show
today
started.
early, before the show started,
In-
that Alex is not
Yeah.
performing the same way he
Yeah.
used to.
I mean, as you said,
You
the
just made him
stats-
mad.
The stats, man. I was just going through the stats. That's it. I didn't want to offend anyone. I was just going through the stats. But yeah, Alex, I guess he took it a little personally, man. I'm sorry, Alex. I love you, bro. I love every single team inside the lobby. I love you too. I love the chat as well. I love everyone.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right.
Why would I not love anyone? What? I love everyone, dude. Do you not love everyone?
I mean, not everyone.
Damn.
Hey, man, you can't really blame me for being a human being.
I love everyone, man. I always try to see the positive, even in the negative.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you and I are going to have a conversation about this after this broadcast then. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the elimination leaders on our screens now. And my goodness, the competition over here is getting more and more interesting by the day, because top is there with 112 eliminations and 25,000 damage dished out.
25,000.
25K.
That is some big numbers being put up. Then you have East with 21. It's crazy how the 3 players on the side of DEW are literally in the elimination leaders. It's just mind-blowing.
It is definitely quite mind-blowing with how, in fact, these lads have accumulated these numbers for themselves. I mean, it wasn't easy. Especially, I mean, I'm quite impressed with how Assassin has been performing throughout this entire tournament. Because if you notice, out there, in fact, in the top 7, it is all these Mongolian players who we know for a fact, as they have proven time and time again, are, well, quite gifted when it comes to their mechanical prowess. But Action is giving them a fight, going toe-to-toe against all of them, dishing out 20k plus damage as well. Almost. I believe he is going to cross the 100 elimination number tomorrow. So, I mean, very impressive run from Assassin, and one of the key reasons why High Voltage have been performing the way they are performing. But ladies and gentlemen, a summary of the day on our screens. IHC, the hat trick that was there, was quite incredible to begin with, but then the follow-up was equally drastic, and other teams capitalized quite nicely. We did have a lot of surprise winners, though, because DE Warriors, they were performing well, not really performing in the first 3 games, then they came online in the next 3. VENOM Legends did really well, managing to break into the top 10 with their win on Sanhok, and then Train to Kill as well, as we just saw the 7th position jump in the overall rankings right after the sort of underwhelming performance that was there throughout the entire day.
I mean, one thing that I'm really happy about is that DEW, they got a chicken dinner on their name, and that sort of really did answer a lot of questions that I had regarding how the run is going to be looking like inside the grand finals. It was just a day one. I know you cannot really expect a lot of things inside day one, but I'd see the bars they've set, they better be able to deliver even tomorrow, because the latter 3 games, we did not see IHC perform equally close to the way they did in the first 3.
I mean, definitely. I mean, it is not really sort of the expectations that were there after the first 3 games were not met in the next 3. But there's always going to be tomorrow. If they can have a similar start to the day, if they can start off with a win, then maybe we're going to see them just add to the advantage, the difference that's there between them and High Voltage. On the other side, though, High Voltage, so close yet so far away with how this last game went for them. So opportunity is going to be there for them to take the first position and snatch it away from High Voltage. So it is anyone's win right now. Unlike the previous PMPLs where we were sure, all right, this team is so much better than the rest of the competition. This time, this PMPL South Asia fall season, it's completely different. No idea who's going to win, but we will find out soon enough when we return with the action tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But the matches for the day are done, and this is going to be Johnny and Necro calling it a night. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. Until then, take care.